Hey, this response is not good. Since the response is not good, we're going to do a quick exercise. I think we are a bit, I don't know whether it's the weather or it's Friday, and so we've already started feeling a bit down. Hello, Robert. Hi. Mr. Jete, good morning. Okay, so we'll do a quick exercise and we'll go into today's program. Now, remember yesterday I said that we're all supposed to make at least 3 friends in networking, which is very critical for, the industry we find ourselves in. So we're going to test that to see whether we're able to do the 3 friends thing. I made 3 friends. I made friends with Madame van der Palen. I made friends with Larissa. And then I made friends with Edubia Victoria, who is Mr. Jete, is she coming today? No, okay, who is not here. So I'm going to start from the extreme left. And don't dodge my eyes. Look at me. So we'll go around the room and see, you tell us your friends, the ones you made here. If they are not here, you can just mention their names. We'll check. So we'll start from the lady to my left. You just tell us your name, where you're coming from, and the networks you grabbed yesterday.
Okay, please, good morning.
Good morning.
Please, my name is Sarah Atakosa. And
yes, Sarah.
I made friends with Vanessa and Pearl. They
Melissa
are not here today.
And
Pearl.
Okay, where do they work?
Humans and petroleum.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes.
We'll
please.
check. Baba, write it down for me. I will check. Okay, thank you, Sarah.
All right, you're welcome.
Okay, let me come to the next table. My very good friend from Sunyani, right? Yes. Please, is Sarah? Let me try and remember the name. Okay, it's not coming. Don't worry. Yes, Lucy.
With one person, Madam Rose, that is African Women Development Fund, but he's not here.
She's not. Okay, so you got 20. She's at the back. So then she wasn't. You didn't connect properly, because if you connected well, she's in and sitting behind. So I'll give you 15% because you were supposed to do 3. You did 1, and the one you did 50. So we'll test you again. Okay, let me go to the back there, then I'll come to the side.
Yes, I'm Pearl.
Yes,
and
Pearl.
Yesterday I was able to connect with Sarah, Vanessa, Robert, and Fafatu. So thank you.
So 4 people.
Yes.
Where do they work?
Fafa, is from Mencom. Robert.
Fafa is from where?
Mencom, the lady from
Minerals Commission.
Yes.
Yes.
And then EPA from Sarah.
Okay.
Vanessa is the one that I've forgotten her where she works.
So 85. Is this the Sarah you're talking about?
Yes.
But Sarah, did you mention her? Yes. Okay. And you didn't know she was there? Because you said the people you made friends with, they've not come. Hey, this friendship is suspect. Okay. Let me come to my lovely table. Table 3. We have 3 lovely women there. Let's see the friends they made.
Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Yeah, so yesterday I made 2 friends.
Okay, 70%.
Yes, one was Fidel, the gentleman from the Ministry of Finance. We had a lengthy chat and we exchanged and exchanged contacts. And Lucy, of course, who was my neighbor yesterday, but today I decided to change my table to connect with new friends.
New people, I love that. Let's give her a round of applause. She's determined to network and expand it. Okay, yes, madam.
Okay, so good morning and thank you so much.
Yes.
Yesterday, I think I reconnected with
reconnected.
Someone.
That one is 0. You reconnected with Baba.
Yeah.
I heard you put reconnecting, and I told you we won't accept it. So remove it from it. You guys are friends already. You can't reconnect on our behalf.
Okay, and I also connected with Nia G.
Okay.
Then I also reconnected with Robert.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Is he taking you to
Obuase?
Obuase, okay.
Oh, I've been to Obuase, so I think now he'll do some.
Another place.
Yeah.
Okay, Robert.
And I think today I'll network with Rose.
Okay.
And then
All right.
Anita.
Good, good. Thank you. Anita.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to make zero throughout because yesterday I left quite early. I was here for the morning part, and I left early.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I'll be leaving early again today because I have other engagements.
Okay.
Yes.
So make sure between now and when you leave, you make 6 contacts because it was supposed to be 3 a day. I see 2 people by you already, so 2, and then the 2 others 4. Then you do 1, and then the gentleman 6.
I'll do that. Thank you.
Welcome. Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Freeman Brace.
Yes, Freeman.
And yesterday I got to know 2 people.
Okay.
Dr. Sandra from UG.
Okay.
And also our brother Richard from GMD.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let me come to Larissa and my friend, forgotten her name. Princess. Yes. So Sarah and Princess.
Okay. Good morning,
Larissa,
everyone.
Princess.
My name is Larissa. I'm from Ghana Integrity Initiative.
Okay.
And yesterday I got 4 friends. The first one is Princess. She's from Ghana Federation of Disability Organization. And the second one is Vivian from the City FM.
Yeah, we're friends.
The third
now.
one is Madame Pauline from the Third World Network Africa. And the last one is Dr. Joyce. She said she's from the party, the Farmer Party, PNDC. Yeah.
Oh, well
so
done.
I think that's all. Thank
Well
you
done.
so much.
Well done. Okay. Princess.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yesterday, I was able to make 3 friends.
Okay.
Harissa, Madame Harissa, and then Dr. Joyce Ayi, and Madame Demakbo.
Okay.
Yes, and they're my friends.
Wow, well done, well done, well done, well done. We'll take the final people. We'll start with Robert and then end with Baba.
All right, thank you. My name is Robert. I work with the Center for Social Impact Studies in Obuasi. I connected with Jacob Ahulu from Ghana Integrity Initiative and Dr. Pearl Esiedua from UMAT.
Okay. Robert, you did only 2 people.
Yes.
Why? You that you are very chatty.
Okay,
you
I
did
also
only 2 people.
connected with Pauline Vandy.
Is that to mean you know everybody here? No.
No.
So please, you owe us 4.
All right.
So make sure you correct it. Okay. Mr. Jerry.
I'm Niajete from Nassen,
Yeah.
small scale mining. I connected with Madam Osekre from the Survey Authority.
Yeah.
I connected with Larita because she was sitting here before she was moved from my seat. I don't know why she was sitting with me. No, then they moved
she
her
left.
to the other seat.
Okay.
And I connected with Miss Pearl from UMAT.
Okay. Well done. Thank you. Let's come to C and Pauline's table.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Cynthia Sunu, and I work with NETRIGHT. Yesterday, I think, who did I connect with?
Zero.
Fafa, I think I connected with Fafa Lee from the Minerals Commission. Today, I hope to connect with more people.
So 20%. So you need 5 more people. Okay, Pauline.
Okay, so my name is Pauline, and I connected with the same people on this table. So Larissa, Princess, Dr. Joyce.
Okay, thank you.
I reconnected with Baba. That's right. I connected with them. Yes.
So 4 or 5. Well done. Okay, so you add 3 still. Okay, Baba.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Baba Utu. I reconnected with Vivian, with Pauline, with Nadede. But then I also connected with Robert, who's promised me some goodies from Obuasi that I'm anxiously looking forward to. I also connected during lunch with Fafa from the Minerals Commission. I learned a lot about what she does and what the commission does. Looking forward to connecting with more people today. So please come up and say hi and let's make friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Baba. I think we've all done fairly well. So we yes. Okay. I like that. I like that. Okay.
A woman who was
the small scale. Yes.
I have my 100%.
Yes, you have. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Please, the networking is very important. What I've learned in life, I mean, I'm young. There are more experienced people here, but you can have the best of education. You can have whatever, but if you're not dealing with the right people to give you opportunities or be at that place that will open doors for you, your education or whatever may not really help you. So the networking is very critical. Pick a phone call and then call somebody who can help or open the way for us. So please, let's take it serious. Welcome again to day 2 of the Policy Conference on Gender and Extractives. It is being organized under the auspices of the Network for Women's Rights in Ghana, NETRIGHT. The theme is transforming Ghana's extractive sector for gender justice and inclusive growth. So we'll go quickly to the program proper for today. We'll start with a recap of what we did yesterday. And my very good friend, Baba Otu, a comms consultant, yesterday took the time to put together everything we discussed here. So she's going to do a detailed report of what we discussed here yesterday. In case you missed something, a pointer. So let's be attentive to add on to what we also grabbed from yesterday. Baba, the floor is yours. Let's welcome her.
Good morning once again, everyone. An absolute pleasure to be with you. I actually forgot my third connection, which I made this morning. We've been doing all this, and the IT guys are so important. So I connected with Chris, who's doing the live streaming. He can give us a wave. He's from the University of Ghana, actually heads their multimedia department there, so he's a good one to know. So, can I get my 100%? Yes. Okay. All right. So yesterday we were warmly welcomed by Cynthia, our lovely hostess. She gave us the reason why we are here, talking about the extractive sector and its role in economic growth, and the fact that it's making money, but not making money for everyone, especially women. So this conference is important to draw attention to the significant roles that women are playing in the mining and extractive sectors, especially in small-scale mining, talking to us about the fact that the conference is timely because Ghana's recovery efforts and global calls for equitable, sustainable development anchor this need to address these shortfalls. So she called for concrete gender-responsive policy recommendations that will center women in the benefit sharing of the economic gains that we make from the mining and extractive sectors. Then we also had some opening remarks from Madam Pauline van der Palen from the TWN. She also situated the conference within the broader theme of transforming Ghana's extractive sector for gender justice and inclusive governance, saying that it's relevant to structural economic transformation that Ghana sorely needs. She also emphasized that Africa has a continued reliance on primary commodity exports. We need to do better. We have to move beyond just the production of primary commodities and look to refining and getting additional value for the minerals that we've been blessed with on the continent. The fact that there are challenges that women face in the extractive sector, including limited access to resources, health and environmental hazards. Sexual abuse is a big one, fear of reprisal when asserting their rights. She also expressed the hope that the conference would spark ongoing dialogue and action to make the extractive sector more inclusive, responsive, and should I even say, more attractive to more women to join. Okay, so after that, we were very privileged to have a keynote address by a woman of substance. Yesterday was the first time I actually had a chance to interact with her, and it was a wonderful opportunity to speak to someone with such depth of knowledge. She's Reverend Dr. Joyce Ayi, and she's actually the first woman in Africa to head a chamber of mines. So we couldn't have picked a better keynote speaker, I think. So she talked about the fact that Ghana's rich natural resources exist and have existed for a long time, but the benefits of these natural resources are not shared equitably across all social groups. Women particularly are at the bottom of that ladder, as it were. So she pointed to the fact that there's a paradox, both global and local, that the extractives industry makes a lot of money and has a lot of economic promise and can lead to substantial development, but it also deepens gender inequalities because we do not address the issues that flow through from societal imbalances and everything, and are really reflected deeply in the extractive sector. So she talked about the structural disadvantages that women face. What are they? Environmental degradation, exclusion from compensation, lack of resources, underrepresentation, exposure to gender-based violence. These impacts must be central to whatever we do in addressing the challenges that we've identified. She talked about the fact that we have made some steps in the right direction in terms of our legal frameworks and in our laws, policies trying to govern this, but the laws and policies have limited gender dimensions or perspectives, so we need to work on that. And the fact that there's also weak enforcement of these policies and legal frameworks, even when we have made strides to get them in place. So she argued that real transformation requires systemic change and not just token gestures towards inclusion. She therefore gave us 7 strategic pathways that she thought could lead to this gender-responsive transformation that we are seeking in the extractive sector. And what are they? By ensuring meaningful participation of women in policy making, project design, and resource oversight. So women need to be included right from the ground up, from project design, go into the communities, talk to them about how projects should be designed, what are their needs, in terms of the project, and then flow through to the very top and come back for feedback, monitoring and evaluation, and find out, have we met the expectations of these women we initially consulted? Strengthen legal and advisory policy frameworks, invest in women's empowerment through access to education, capital, and support for small-scale mining, because the unfortunate truth is that large-scale mining is primarily dominated in Ghana by multinational corporations. It's a very male-dominated sector. So where women have the opportunity to make inroads, it's through small-scale and artisanal mining. So let's emphasize efforts in empowering them in that sector. Also promotes gender-responsive public services such as healthcare, education, and social protection in mining-affected areas. Also talk to us about encouraging learning and collaboration through South-South exchange and uptake of global best practices. There's a lot of good stuff happening in other African countries. We don't necessarily need to look towards what's happening in the global north or quote-unquote developed countries, because they are on a trajectory vastly different from the Ghanaian or African context. But what are the examples that are happening in Tanzania, in South Africa, in Kenya? Are there things that Ghanaians can learn from that can inform the change we want to see? To enhance transparency and accountability and assure that women can access and understand contracts, revenues, and impact assessments. And Finally, but not least, address discrimination and promote equality in employment, land rights, and community engagement. Because if you have the best will, but you don't have access to land, and you don't have access to capital, and you are blocked from employment opportunities in the mining and extractive sectors, then women will remain where we are. So I remember the quote that she ended with. She said, "The wealth beneath our feet can and must translate into a more equitable, prosperous, and just governance for all citizens of Ghana and Africa." All right, so then after that, we had a presentation from Ms. Karen Osekre from the Ghana Geological Survey Authority. She spoke to us about the policy gaps and opportunities in the gender and extractive space. So what did she say? She says that it's a sector that has shaped the economy of this country for over 100 years, and we all know. Yesterday, someone mentioned that Ghana is a country where in the past it used to rain and you could pick up gold from the ground after rain. So gold and other minerals have been a part of our economic history for a long time. 50% of foreign direct investment goes towards the mining and extractive sector. However, it is a very male-dominated sector with deep-rooted gender disparities, and I think some of that has come through already from what some of the other speakers have said. Women work across the value chain. They are engineers, they are, they have very high roles, but most of the women are in the informal, low-paid, and hazardous roles of the small-scale and artisanal mining. In formal mining, women represent less than 15% of employees. I understand that is actually up from 9% from a previous survey. So incremental change and progress is happening. So it's not enough, given that we make up 51% of Ghana's population. So I actually found it interesting because if you flip the numbers around, that's 15% and 51%. If we flipped it around, we wouldn't even be doing this policy conference because we would have achieved all of our goals. So that's something to aim towards. In artisanal and small-scale mining, women earn 30 to 50% less than men. Studies have shown this, and it's a terrible, terrible figure to accept as happening in 2025. So there's a lot of work for us to do. This is happening due to cultural and structural barriers that prevent women's advancement into leadership. Currently, no single mining firm has a woman as its CEO. And only 7 to 25% of females are represented in senior roles across these mining firms. So it's not a small challenge that we are dealing with, but hopefully forums like these can inform significant change. She talked to us about some of the legal provisions that prohibit gender discrimination, and noted that Ghana has good laws, but the enforcement of those laws is quite weak. There are other gender-related laws like the Domestic Violence Act, the Human Trafficking Act, but those don't actually really focus on the extractive sector, and maybe we need to tweak them to address the challenges that the sector faces. There are other policies, the gender policy, the mining policy, the local content law, but all of them have challenges and shortfalls that, if addressed, could probably help address some of the challenges that I've outlined so far. So she talked to us about a recent gap assessment that highlighted 3 key issues. 1, the absence of gender quotas, weak gender focus in national policies, and a lack of comprehensive mining sector provisions. Corporate maternity and childcare support exists in some companies, but it's inconsistent and limited, especially in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector. The Minerals Commission is doing well. It has a gender desk. Fafa, hi, yeah. Okay, so Fafa is in charge of that. But implementation and enforcement, it's a work in progress. We can do better. So she talked to us about some opportunities for transformation that she could foresee. 1, We can revise national mining policies to integrate gender-responsive strategies, invest in capacity building and leadership training to prepare women for senior roles, institutionalize gender impact assessment, and ensure consistent monitoring across the extractive value chain. We can create gender-responsive financial instruments and credit access tailored to women in ASM, because money drives everything. And if you can't access money, you can't get into the space, you can't make a difference. We can support safe, inclusive workspaces and invest in data systems to track women's participation and conditions in the sector. We can also promote community-led monitoring and public-private partnerships that address structural and financial barriers. Technology, we are living in the age of AI, as it were. How can we embrace technology, innovation, and international collaboration to drive the transformative inclusion and ensure that the extractive space serves as a platform for sustainable gender-just development? So she also said something that I thought was quite notable. She said, the question is not whether women belong in the extractive industry, because we've always been there. If we go back into our pre-colonial history, women were always a part of the space. But the question is whether we are ready to reshape the policies, institutions, and mindsets in Ghana to accept that women do belong and can make a difference. All right, so then some issues came up from our discussion in the post-presentation plenary. As you can see, we talked about things like the fact that mentorship and internships can be used as tools for change. Some countries offer scholarships specifically for young women to go into the sector, go ahead, go abroad or go into other spaces, learn, come back to their communities and work there to encourage other young girls to see extractives as a space for them. The fact that there are groups like the Women in Mining and Association of Women in Small-Scale Mining who offer mentorship and advocacy, but perhaps there's a need for more proactive engagement by women ourselves, because if the space exists and you don't take the step to find out what you can be offered in that space, then the opportunities will never be utilized. The fact that there's community level monitoring, and it's really important because if communities are not buying into the extractives vision, even though they are the owners and the residents in the communities where these minerals are being extracted, then it can hamper growth and development that we are seeking. And it's also an opportunity at that community level to spread the gender responsive messages about what are the best practices, women that are mining without PPEs and rivers and streams with chemicals. At the community level, that's where you can talk to them, teach them what to do better so that they are safe and their children and communities are safer. And it was very interesting, I think if we all remember yesterday, Ms. Osekere talked to us about how she has grown and personally developed herself to become what she is today. That there are opportunities that exist, but we must push as women. We cannot negate our own agency in our transformation drive. If you don't seek personal development, national development is a no-no, because the individual develops before the community develops, before the nation develops. So that was a very inspiring testimony that she gave us, and I hope it can inspire other young women here to make a push to develop their potential. Then we moved on to the first panel, which talked to us about extractives and gender, what's working, what's not working. I think initially we probably all thought that a lot is not working, but the panel also helped us to see that some other things are possible. So our panelists for that session were Fafa, Robert, Pearl, and Bashiratu, who joined us online. The session was moderated by Vivian, and they talked to us about the fact that we've got good laws, poor implementation. The language and framing, the language and the framing of our laws can be problematic. Where a law says may, or where a law says shall, those two things are very, very different, so that the limits that enforcement can be pushed. It's different because of the language that is used. So we need to be conscious about that, because this is the kind of thing that can weaken gender provisions even when they are explicitly made in the law. The fact that there's unequal representation and symbolic participation, I think I discovered for the first time yesterday that the Gold Board has a balloon-sized 20 member composition. Only 2 of them are women. So essentially, the 18 men on that board will drive policy for the gold sector. Where are the women's voices? Are those 2 women going to be able to stand up to their 18 male colleagues and say, no, women have these needs, we must be sensitive to the gender provisions. We've got things like the Affirmative Action Act signed into law. We need to be following the provisions of that. But 2 out of 20 tells us that we have a long way to go, because this board was just recently constituted and it's not adhering to the principles of the law. Talking about persistent cultural and structural barriers that prevent women from making a change in that sector. Things such as the land tenure system, harmful gender stereotypes, and informal workplace dynamics. You know, and the fact that women in the sector remain underpaid, overexposed to risk, and underrepresented in leadership. Security and health risks, I've already talked a little bit about that. The fact that many women in mining communities are excluded from consultations and decision-making spaces. They are not even allowed to come to the table to put forward their voice. Their husbands, their brothers, their fathers speak on their behalf. But we all know that it is up to the person wearing the shoe to know whether the shoe fits or it doesn't fit. So if a man has not experienced what a woman experiences in daily life, commute for water, dealing with the effects of chemicals and everything and the impact on the family, what can that man go and sit at a round table or a community town hall and say on behalf of women? Women ourselves need to be present in these spaces and voice what we are facing, so that solutions that come are tailored to meet our needs. Mentorship, internships, leadership pipelines, very, very important that we make sure that we flow through, build the capacity of young women, young girls actually, I should say. We should start with them very young as we can. Fafa mentioned the fact that women in Ghana are sort of socialized to be timid, to be cowed, to not speak up. We need to break that chain, because if we don't, we will never be able to stand strong as a group, because it doesn't take one strong voice to effect change. It takes a multitude of strong voices for real transformative change to happen. So we need to build the capacity through internship, through mentorship. Let young women see what is possible for them to do, so that they can come up through the sector to leadership positions and effect real meaningful change. The money game, I can't stress enough about money. We all know what it is, but we also need to look at the other side of empowering women to have financial literacy. If you are running a business and you're a small-scale miner, and the men have gone ahead and learned some bookkeeping and other things, and you are just doing walansa, and then I take from here and I put here, your business won't go forward. So then you always remain a small player in the game. But if we learn financial literacy, learn some business management, learn skills that can help us upgrade ourselves and our business, then we can move forward. The fact that we want to leverage technology and innovation, tools that exist, mobile apps, things that we can use as game changers to leverage opportunities in the mining and extractive sector, especially for women. We have to localize and democratize our resource governance. Why would we sit in Accra and make decisions for people in Shidim? We don't know the context. We don't know the local context. We're not sure what's happening on the ground, but we can sit in places and make policies that affect people there. Let's go out into the communities and work with people, understand their needs, and give them a voice so that they can also speak to what is necessary for them. Men are not our enemies. They are our brothers, our fathers, our uncles, but they are our allies. That is how we need to see them. It's not an us versus them situation. If we work together, we can make the substantive change that we are looking for. Research and data. If you don't have the research, you won't have the data. If you don't have the data, how can you make convincing advocacy points to policymakers. If you go to Parliament and then they say to you, you are here talking about gender again. What is gender in mining? The women can mine. We are not saying they can mine. But then you show them statistics that 0% of CEOs are women in the mining sector. You show them that maybe only 5 or 2% of business licenses, concession owners are women. Something that jolts the policymakers and makes them think that no, we are falling short of global best practices, continental best practices, let's do better. So research and data, very, very helpful for that. Some of the issues that came up from the post-panel plenary, gaps in the legal coverage for the ASM sector, regional and continental frameworks that we are not using. Things exist outside of Ghana. Sometimes policymakers may not be responsive to just a Ghanaian viewpoint. Talk to them about what is happening on the continent in other spaces, and maybe that can drive some change. Civil society, we must go beyond dialogue. What we are doing is very, very useful. But I think a resounding message that came through yesterday was enough of the talk. Or we shouldn't just talk. We should move beyond talk into real substantive action. And it takes all of us. It's a collective thing. We must commit that in every space that we find ourselves, we'll drive meaningful change, not just for the extractive sector, but all the other sectors where we may find ourselves, And the access to justice. Antibash made a very good point that there is very limited access to justice for women. Legal redress is expensive and it's a very long, drawn-out process, so then it frustrates you, you give up. But the fact that there are alternative ways to resolve disputes, which are probably more cost-effective, we need to explore those and not just think we always need to go to court or hire a lawyer. Then we moved into our second panel. I'm wrapping up, so moved into our second panel. That one had Fadil from the Ministry of Finance, Jacob from Transparency International Ghana, formerly Ghana Integrity Initiative, Madam Sena Dake from PIAC. That panel was moderated by Ms. Van der Palen, and they talked to us about things like revenue distribution. Some interesting numbers came up. Since 2011, we have amassed, as a nation, $9.84 billion US dollars. I had to take my time and make sure that it was US dollars from petroleum. Where is that money going? A lot of it has gone to GNPC, the annual budget funding amount, and some other things. But the question was, the money is there, we say it's gone here. How has it gone down to the grassroots? We're trying to explore that together in that panel. The gender and budgeting gaps that exist. There's a lack of disaggregated data to track gendered benefits. So if you don't have that disaggregated data, how then do you know that women are impacted in this way, young girls are impacted in this way, older women? So if we disaggregate the data that we are seeking in our research, then we have better, more nuanced policy advocacy points to draw on. Transparency and communication, there's the EITI, the Extractives Industry Transparency Initiative, and PIAC. They play key roles in monitoring and reporting, but citizens often lack access to these reports or may find them unengaging. So let's think about, how do we present data to people? Do we need bite-sized infographics? Do we need jingles? There's various ways of messaging that can make these data points and information sink into people's consciousness. I remember Jacob spoke about how he went to a community town hall at Adenta, was questioning some of the things that were coming up, and was told by the MC, come and see me in my office. This is not the forum for us to discuss it. But the forum to discuss national wealth and, the money allocated to the district is precisely in these forums. But if we don't have enough information as citizens, we are unable to hold our duty bearers to account. We also talked about the policy and structural challenges, the fact that budgeting guidelines lack clear gender-based performance indicators, structural barriers within the Ministry of Finance, limits responsiveness to community-level needs, even when they are willing to respond. So they recommended that community scorecards, participatory budgeting, and strengthening social accountability mechanisms be looked at as options for making a change in that. segment. So some of the recommendations that came out of that panel discussion were that we need to institutionalize gender-responsive budgeting with clear monitoring mechanisms, improve accessibility of budget and expenditure information through local languages and creative formats, enhance stakeholder capacity on gender mainstreaming and budget tracking, replicate AT's national level multi-stakeholder group at the sub-national levels to improve local monitoring, and also strengthen legal provisions for community consultation prior to fund disbursement. Let the community say what we want our monies to do before the monies are disbursed, and that will probably close the gap on expectations versus what is actually delivered. And then we need to shift from symbolic female representation to meaningful participation in the decision-making bodies. So some of the post-panel plenary issues were that we need to leverage existing local platforms like churches, mosques, market spaces for effective community engagement and feedback. We need to have more regular inclusive engagements and greater media involvement. That was a lack that was pointed out yesterday, that the media is a key partner in information dissemination, and if they are not at these forums, then the message doesn't go far. So closing reflections, transparency has improved, but real accountability is lacking. So we need to codify reforms into law to ensure that gender responsiveness and justice are achieved. We need more of such engagements, and we also need sustained engagement, wider participation, including women, more women from finance and integrity sectors. But we also need more grassroots women to show up at these forums and speak for themselves, to articulate their needs. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Baba. Very detailed report from yesterday. Would want those at the back to move forward. You know, we are capturing this for, you know, the cameras and for use later. It's not cool to have empty seats at the front. So Na and Co, you would have to come. My good friends from the middle, the trio, who scored 100%. You have to come forward and occupy these seats, please. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 more seats up here. There's one here, there's one here, there's one here. So we need you to move here. Okay. So whilst they are coming in, is our documentary ready? We have up next is a documentary. The name of the documentary is Women in Trenches, Surviving in the Small-Scale Extractive Industry. Now this documentary is illustrating the struggles and resilience of women in resource-rich communities. It's 30 minutes. It's a great one. So we'll put it up immediately. I'm waiting for the women to come forward, though. Me, I'm troublesome like that. So I'm waiting for you before I roll out the video. Yeah. There's a lovely seat for you here. What? No, there's a seat here. Or there's here or here, whichever one you want. Is everybody here now? Okay. Okay, thank you so much for coming forward. Okay, we can have the video now.
project by the Network for Women's Rights in Ghana with the support of Third World Network Africa.
When you look at the value chain, women fall at the lowest level.
You can see that they don't have the black salt again, so they can work.
You write your applications and then they will put them on their desks, but they will not call you for any interview.
Obuasi at a large, there is no job in the town, like there's nothing.
The presence of women distracts the goals.
Some of them would even promise you the job, have sex with you and tell you you are not trustworthy.
Women in the sector have specific rights that can be pushed in the sense of when legislations and regulations are being passed.
The time is right for us to be putting a better spotlight on women within the extractive sector.
Ghana's extractive sector has been one of the major drivers of growth for decades. Mining, particularly gold, is a dominant extractive activity, but oil, gas, quarrying, forestry, and other less recognized minerals like salt have seen significant extractive sector activities contributing to Ghana's economic growth as well. Yet, while Ghana's extractive sector offers prospects for economic and social transformation, these prospects have not materialized for the communities directly engaged in the sector, and especially women.
For NETRIGHT, we are hoping that this documentary would showcase what women miners, salt and gold miners, small-scale artisanal and small-scale female miners are going through, and policymakers will see this documentary and use it to influence policies that will benefit women miners.
We believe that one, gender issues are critical in the extractive sector. When you think about how much the extractive sector contributes to our economy, to the numbers of people who are employed or whose livelihoods depend on the sector, it is something that is critical.
And you agree that when you look at the value chain, women fall at the lowest level. So they are into when you take gold, for instance, they are into the use of chemicals and how that affects their health.
The time is right for us to be putting a better spotlight on women within the extractive sector. It's never late, it's never too early. The time is just right now.
It is estimated that in Ghana, the artisanal and small-scale mining industry supports approximately 4.5 million people and provides employment opportunities for approximately 1 million people, with a significant proportion of the workforce being women. It is the voice of the resilient women of Adina, a salt mining community located in Ghana's Volta region. Throughout this community, women play an integral role, bearing the burden of their responsibilities with grace and resilience. They share their stories to better understand their struggles and to witness their unwavering determination despite difficulties.
My name is Ruth Ako-Sadapo. I'm a salt miner. Yeah, the major occupation of this town is salt mining. Though we are fishmongers, but as at now, the fish mongering is very low. We can't get fish, we can't do anything about fish mongering again. So the second occupation is salt mining.
We have two activities in the community that we normally operate on. That is the fishing and then the salt mining. Most of us who are in the fishing activities still we mine the salt too.
In this our job, we use black salt. We use the black salt to produce our salt. We get it from the lagoon side, as where the Indian man is working over there. But now we can't get the black salt again. Now, if you come to if you come to mine salt, the only thing you can get is very small. It's very, very small. You can get a very small quantity, and that one, if you sell it, you won't do anything with it.
We are to Tunya Mohan Fifia, but you over Vava, I've blown to Nyam, Alabana Soma told the Shnabakbo, a J Bodina, never done free. Kaka Yuva, I have ordered the Pokang, Migapo Moto Tum, a Yimu, Ta Aweba, Tapakatavazuchi. A chia kumola kokona niba, Aweba Chiva Hakara, Fio Hanami, Makovuvu. Nyakpa fufu afia ba haje heka le jimu de kama nya haje heba bocha nkaka toto ko mi haje nkaka toto ko mi haje ifia ba nya fu de nami le jimu de kama na maraja makpo je kotoku o ma wieva ka le fifia fia pa fi jimu de ka makpo maton da magagbo sunam da we ba ku ba jinya no. As
an assembly member of Adina electoral area, the women has reported a whole lot of challenges to me. Some of the challenges that they've reported to me is the climate change, that we cannot even work on it. It's natural.
We are not for any, we are not for any mania, but Yemi Ajaduena Domawana. Kake Wabashie, a cheer, a chibaba Acha, a Yamakoya Fiakata. Tapa pipionya mi ve fona na ka kloto ya ma vie la na pa la chi ama kloto fi fia ye voava ye voama lomba de jona la pa fi fia ga de jona pa mi ama jado ha yo va ko jado ma ga dona mialo aga mi ko review su ko mi ma ku.
The second challenge is about the 7 Seas Salt Limited, that the whites that came from India and they are working at the salt factory over there. They've taken our land, the land that we used to normally mine salt over there. They've taken that land from us. So there's no time, there's no chance for us to, for the women to mine salt again.
China ye voma vo a jad na ranigba. Mi kata mi na be hana, they be here. A log above voma to woman. Mema. A log or a car, Nyanto Nyama log above Wama dena. I love Wama Andre Marana Nama. I can say a woman of Vashemima Gajaponga call a jaram. Na Kujaha, na diragbo, in a Yihabe Adiha, Amu no Amodi, I feel dragon. Now a room of Rakada Guafin Avako, the fisherman Galisha Prael. If one of Vasha Koya Jebuama Gal, a child, Lima Valley. Or Nyanya Kama Yishamahana Wamadan, I love Wama Aton. Marana, Shama Gavali Shakura.
I'm not going to do that. You do me or not. Tak by Mirami Jinaja Bolena. Go on at the Kakaya Wama Vafia, Nimagapo Jabo, Yapuchi who flock or a backbone. Nano Bodonano who kaka, Afinavapo Javiare, Afia Coflonero, Legin the Kama, a charging the Kama, Midana Jabako to Coma Tona. Kaka Fifia Vafia, Mimaga Hamakpom.
This is what they do. This is what they know how to do. They can't go to the farm. They can't go to anywhere. This is what they know how to do. So you can see that they don't have the black salt again. So they can't work. They can't work. They can't work. And they are suffering. Women are suffering.
Many of the women working in these mines face long days of hard work, with some working up to 12 hours at a time. Women in this sector are primarily employed in low-level, menial-paying jobs and are underpaid. Most of the time, women do not achieve the same levels of decision-making authority as their male counterparts.
A lot more people are engaged with some of these issues. They are not new, but the fact that some of the issues, like the issues going on in Adan, have been brought to the attention of more people, you know, how the challenges of those communities will be expressed even through this documentary that we're doing.
Obuasi is a bustling mining town located in the heart of Ghana. With one of the largest gold mines in Africa, Obuasi has been a beacon of hope and opportunity for many women seeking employment in mining. The brave women of Obuasi and Tinga, also located in the northern part of Ghana, have defied societal norms and taken on the challenge of working in the gold mining industry. With their unwavering determination, these women have become an integral part of the mining workforce, contributing their expertise and skills to the extraction of this precious metal. But their journey is not without challenges. The gold extractive sector, though promising, presents unique obstacles for these women.
Underground, na pipe, na yam, na wash, na gold. Me started here 8 years now. My washing, me weigh na wie no, me load na wie no. Black na aka no. Ha. Na me de me mercury no egum. Na me twi. Nti me twi a. Na afa apeke gold no. Eno be wo down nti me ya na efiri mu a mercury no echi gold na maso. Me de ade aso na me chi. Ha. Nukwasem ni me di me ho gym no aboa me ye matima hwe me mba no sesi a me no kase kura ba ko watamale ba ko okumase a o mu ko school
first no de na ye kakra by sesi uba na obeta sample na ebi wo ho a be bresa we amatwi roba be ye se phone no e na matwi hwe gold ketekete na ma ye afrim
ejuma we me ba mu nche sa ba me to me the
the only company I saw in Obuasi here was AGC. That was then. And no say AGA. But from the last time I checked, AGA no no. Omo fa youth na ejuma, omo tifie. Say enne BBC Obuasi yene indigents no yene na be face harm. And so omo fa enhoho instead of so omo be fire omo fa ejuma. What compose you write your applications and then they will put them on their desks, but they will not call you for any interview. They will only tell you, say, go, we will call you. If you hear our call, you will come.
Mining is not the only thing that can give us work, like that is supposed to give us money, but there's no job. Obuasi at a large, there is no job in the town, like there's nothing. So if it's either you go to the Galamsey site, you sell water at the street. A lot of people who have better qualifications are in the market selling, not getting anything better for themselves. So you can't tell me being a youth of Obuasi that I should sit home, I shouldn't work with the Galamseyers, be in the house doing nothing.
But my oba mi load egu ho no. E was say me ko check it. Say ni omo yam no. Ebi wo ho a we na carpet na mi yiye no bi wo kra onyi. E ba ne sa na load gold na ebi ko no e kwa mu diem ha nti no e wo se okọ na ko check sa nuama ni nyina ba okọ nso a omo ya ma bo ni bitimi tu na be bo wetimi bo ba bia ba ye ni ade bia nso a ye hye e na dede no nso ya so ba ba ne den e wo se okọ.
Women in ASM are largely driven into the sector by poverty. Due to their limited access to advancement opportunities in the sector, they occupy mostly the low to middle levels of ASM labor pyramids.
It takes a lot of money to get into ASM, and women historically have faced difficulties accessing finance from the banks or from other financial institutions. The other challenge has to do with the fact that the sector itself, the mining sector itself, is male-dominated. We also, as a country, haven't been deliberate in creating the space for women to participate in mining. Once they encounter these challenges, the obvious consequence is that they then decide to stay back.
In response to this documentary, the Minerals Commission of Ghana had this to say after months of trying to attract policymakers' attention.
You know, there are cultural issues when it comes to mining generally, and women going into mining. Sometimes it's believed that the presence of women distracts the gold, and in so many ways. And so they are not welcome there. Mostly when they go there, they are pushed out. They lack the courage to become concession owners. And one of the reasons is that they don't have the funds, because mining is expensive, and they don't have that means
mpacho mimi sa de ba kwa esi medwuma ho kwan ne se aha se no ubu wonsa omo mma kwan se bramana na no ana se beye aduane nti mimi se no eba ne sa be 1 week no na menye adwuma na se ma che omo se me yare.
Being a woman, I could have gotten a lot of chances going close to the pit, because some places like Crsytal and Bogor, so women are those who carry the waste out. But here we are not allowed to. Those places, they are being paid better, because you carrying a sack a day, 15 cities, 20 cities for you to carry a sack. If you are able to go like 10 to 15 times a day, you could even imagine the kind of money you are going to get. But here, we are not allowed to. We are only stationed here where we sell the sacks and whatever to them, even the food they eat. Apart from that, we are not allowed to go anywhere close to where they are.
But when you scout media, get to phone, no more there, and Buana ma, no aquanya, on your ma, let me to me, Buana Kakara.
There is no proper structure here. When you are selling here, you have to make a wooden structure for yourself to sell here. And sometimes when the job was booming, we used to sleep here. We work overnight because they used to do 24 hours work. Some will come in the morning by 6 p.m. They had to go for others to also continue from the 6 to the next morning being 6. So if you really want to make money here, you have to sleep overnight so that you can sell and make money.
I told them, there may be 8 mirrors, she buy inside a mobile repair. Repno, a beer sipe, ama, mehunda. Now, any girl in a nay, Juma, and no more repair, or one or the face, bow.
Some of the big men in Obuasi here, that's what they do. Giving you a job, they will have to have sex with you, and some of them would even promise you the job, have sex with you, and tell you you are not trustworthy, you are not someone who is good enough for the job, after they have what they want to do with you. That's how life has been in Obuasi here. Things are really not going on well at all.
But any member, easy. But at times, one kasa wa bini say, uba se obeye ejuma, enyo obi na wo hwe. Nti no mimi say no, se ebia be ma biye bibia me menhwe eno. De de me nam no na me hwe.
How dey pa dey member no mo high. There's nothing like sexual harassment here. I've never witnessed anything like that. I don't know for other ladies. For myself, I've never seen anything.
Baby, I don't know why I did. See, I didn't do ya, and I didn't rubber. I cut so basa in so betona from a boa. Rubber no correct me. Into Koshe Diana, this is Odem to Makora Kata. Yes, I'll mucho man, Bema no more.
The first time actually I attended the call of nature in the bush was something like I couldn't really stand it, but as time goes on, I'm getting used to it.
I did back what a high man pan say. Aha, I dread any ha. Jana be any ha. Until Obanso want to say Bema. And yet, baby, and I was a you.
Ye knew so wa ha. Intine ebane sana. Yan kasankasano, ye de kobunsu. Ba baby a wo be kono ono be hai botoki na wakobu nsuo no e de aba ha baby a nsuo no wo no so no ewa nti eba ne sa wo na nsuo ni wa load gu wo ntimi nya ho hwe
baby a meton fuwa me ni personal day a me de mafuwa me ni na na da nti eyem hwehwe a sa me ne da baby betimi asi se eje betimi aton
Women's vulnerability in small-scale mining is a pressing issue that demands attention and action. To address these challenges, it is crucial to implement gender-responsive policies and interventions that promote women's empowerment, access to resources, and protection from violence. Working towards gender equality in the mining sector will improve women's lives and contribute to sustainable and inclusive development.
We have been able to propose to management to give 30% of blocked out areas to women. As a unit, we want to promote the idea of women getting into the mainstream of mining in order to promote responsible mining.
Some of the policy recommendations I will make specifically is to have a look at our mining policy as a country. The policy itself is not gender friendly. So we need to take a second look at it, review it, and then see how best we can make it more gender friendly, especially in the area of making provisions for how women can effectively participate in the mining sector.
If more awareness is made regarding that aspect, that women in the sector have specific rights that can be pushed in the sense of when legislations and regulations are being passed.
As NETRIGHT, because our focus is on promoting women's economic empowerment, some of the things we do is to look at how government policies respond to the needs of women, communities, and vulnerable groups within the extractive sector. And in looking at that, if there is the need to propose alternatives, we do propose alternatives. So in a nutshell, I'll say that what we've done is to try to influence policies surrounding the extractive sector, and also taking women within those communities and taking them through some of the policies within the extractive sector. And also, because we are talking about respecting human rights and promoting sustainable environment and women's economic empowerment, we take them through the policies. We also, for them to interrogate the policies, because if you want to demand your rights and you don't know your rights, how do you demand it? So we also take them through human rights issues and the kind of things that they are able to demand for or advocate for.
A NETRIGHT documentary with support from Third World Network Africa.
I believe it was a great one. Is this available somewhere that we can be watching YouTube? Can we have the link or something? Yes. I'll share it. Via email, okay, right. Because it was a great one, and I like the fact that you added the salt industry as well. So thank you very much. Thank you to the team who put together this. Well done, good job. We'll move straight to our panel discussion for today. Let me introduce the people that will be joining me for that discussion. Before I do that, was everybody here yesterday? I know Vida wasn't, so I'll let her introduce herself, but is there anybody who was here, who wasn't here yesterday? Okay, so everybody was here. Was there a hand there? Okay, so Vida will introduce herself before I reintroduce her, and then we'll go into our panel discussion. So Vida, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. I'm from the trade unions, and we address ourselves as brothers and sisters. My name is Vida Brew. I work with the Ghana Mine Workers Union. I'm responsible for training programs and stakeholder relations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vida. Right, so our panel discussion is on women work and the well-being in the extractive sector. This discussion will critically assess gender gaps in employment, training, and technological inclusion within the extractive industry, while also addressing environmental and health risks that disproportionately impact women. So to do this, we have Madame Vida Brew with the Ghana Mine Workers Union. Let's welcome Madame Vida Brew. And then we also have Bashira Kamal. She's with the Environmental Protection Agency. Is she joining us via Zoom again? Yes. Okay, great. Bashira, can you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear. I'm from Gao.
Gao, rather. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Then we have Dr. Nita Baku, rather, from Environmental Protection Agency, right? Oh, somebody is setting me up here. Apologies. Okay. So, ladies, thank you. I'll join you there in a bit. Are we okay? Okay. All right. Thank you, ladies, for joining. I'm happy to have you here as part of this panel. Now, I'm going to start my first question. Having watched the documentary and seeing that most of the women in the mining sector are at the bottom. You just have a few, one or two. Yesterday, we were trying to see whether there's any woman running any of the big companies, whether it's a multinational or SME and all that, and we're struggling to see that. So with that in mind, and having just watched the documentary, how do we deal with the barriers that are in front of these women, which is making it difficult for them to have the leadership roles or even be part of the businesses, the formal businesses in this sector? I'll start with you, my very good friend, Vida.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Let me thank NETRIGHT and TWN for inviting me to participate in this panel discussion. Thank you so much. My name has already been mentioned, so I'll go straight to answer the question. I'm sure that the previous day's discussion covered a lot of things. I was just telling Pauline that I think there's no need for this panel discussion because a lot has been covered already. However, maybe there are a few other points that will help, so we still go ahead and so I'm sure yesterday we mentioned that, generally speaking, mining is really, women are really generally underrepresented in the mining industry, especially the formal mining industry, where I will be focusing more on. And not only in Ghana, but it cuts across almost every country, or it's global. And not only on the general workforce, but also at the leadership level. So some statistics. Globally, mining women, the employment of women globally is about 20%. That is as of 2023. In Ghana, the total employment in the formal mining sector stood at 37,665 as of 2023, of which 3,854 were women, which represent 10.3. I heard one of the presentations or the report saying it was 15%, but there's another data that says that it is 10.3%. All the same, it is an improvement from the previous data, which was around 9%. So if you look at the breakdown of the total women employed in the mining industry, that is the 3,854, there are 27 female expatriates, and then there are 3,219 skilled female workers, and then the unskilled 608. So you realize that Most of the women working in the formal mining sector are highly skilled women. And then the mine that employs the highest number of women has 935 women, representing 11.2% women, and 7.361%. That is men. Men form 3. So even the mining industry or the mining company that employs a lot of women has only 935 women, and that's the one that has highest number. We've been saying that women are at the lower levels. It is true, but gradually the women are shattering the glass ceiling. And we have women occupying quite interesting positions within the mining industry. So if you take the C-suite, for example, we have one woman. I heard from the report that we don't have any CEO. We have one woman CEO.
Okay. Which company is this? Do you know it offhand?
I know the name of the person, okay. And I know that the company is called. It's around the Nzima area.
Okay.
Yeah. Ningwa or something.
Okay.
Yeah, but I know the person. I don't
That's
think
fine.
I can mention her name here. Yeah. But it's even online. Angela List. She's the CEO.
Angela.
Yeah. She's the CEO. Yeah. So, and then the Angela List is also the vice president of the chamber.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So at least we have one woman there. And then there's a woman occupying a position of head of people, representing the African region in one of the companies in Ghana. I don't want to mention names, but it's a fact. Later on we can confirm, I can tell you more into details. And then there's, it's one of the biggest mining companies. We have a woman heading that department, which is more like HR.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also a female executive director managing one of the biggest mines, who happens to be the first woman to occupy a senior mining leadership position. In fact, she's the first chief, and then she manages a big mine. Like when we say somebody's a mine manager, it's a big thing. And formally, you will not hear of a woman occupying that position. Okay. So there's one woman who is managing a mine, who is more or less like the mine manager of one of the biggest mine at their biggest sites. Okay. Then there's a lady who is also a chief metallurgist in charge of the African business in one of the biggest mines. And then we also have the first non-black senior scheduling engineer as a woman. Okay. I just want to, even though the numbers are few, I just want to let us know that women are also occupying more technical challenging positions. But apart from that, having said that, we have women geoscientists in the mining industry, we have mining engineers, we have metallurgists, we have surveyors, we have geologists. Personally, I know of a lot of young women who are geologists who are working in the mining industry. Unfortunately, one of them traveled outside the country to seek greener pastures, and I didn't understand why. We have
the money is more.
Yeah, we have ventilation engineers, environmental engineers, and safety and sustainability, and some of them are at the highest level or higher levels. And when it comes to non-technical, we have a lot of female HR managers. A lot of female HR managers in the mining industry, and normally you also find them managing community affairs. So quite a number of them are there. So that's just as a way of background, letting you get that. beyond these big positions, there are women who are also doing technical jobs, even though you will not call them the white collar, but they are the dumper truck operators. And I tell you, those of you who have been at the mine sites, you will attest to it. The dumper truck, even the tire alone, how to climb it, it's not easy. It's a lot of work. I mean, when you go to the mining industry for a tour, for us who go for like 3 hours, you're already tired. Even the helmets alone. Sometimes you feel like taking the helmet off, but they will tell you that you can't even take the helmet off. And then the boots. And you have to, it's highly regulated. You can't pass anywhere. Even if what you want to take is just close to you, you have to use the appropriate routes. So it's really tedious. And finding these young women driving these dumper trucks, it's amazing. So we have, when I organize a workshop for say 45 women, you can get about 10 of them being dumper truck operators or doing amazing things in the mines.
Okay.
But these are not senior people, but they are also contributing a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'll end here.
Okay.
I don't know if I did I answer your
No,
question?
so I'm going to go back to the question. So we want to see the barriers or what are there that is preventing most of these women. You mentioned, you've given us a good background from the top to the middle level, what we have. But we want to push to have more women at the top. So what are the barriers there that is preventing us from having more Angelalists in the system and more very experienced technical people at the top together with the men?
Okay, thank you. So generally speaking, there's this perception about mining that it's not attractive to women. Women feel it is too robust. Some even feel that it makes them dirty. I mean, you know, so women, generally speaking, wouldn't want to go to mining. Beyond that, mining has a very rigid schedule. Very, very rigid schedule. And sometimes you are working like 12 hours, including overtime. And some of them are working 10-4. Like you work 10 days and you have 4 days off. So continuous 10 days is not easy. Sometimes it includes weekends. So when people are given the offer and they look at these conditions, sometimes they are not, they don't,
doesn't work for them.
They feel that it's not attractive. And then you have to live in mining camps. I don't know if you have visited some of these mines. You go there and they have these small camps where you live. Unless you come home for your off days before you can. But it's not too comfortable. I remember I was talking to one doctor who lives in the mine camp. He doesn't even work 10-4. He works, I think, 20-10 or something.
Wow.
And he says you can't even go out. You can't even go out because whilst you are out enjoying, there's an emergency or something. So your life is always restricted at the mine. And one of the policies is that you don't have to, if you're a woman, you can't be found in the room of a man or vice versa. So it makes it very difficult. You can't even have male friends mingling, socialize at the camp. So some of these conditions make it difficult for them. So therefore, there's lack of work-life balance. And then strenuous demands. It is really, really, like I explained earlier, it's the environment itself is not easy. And then almost all the mines are in the remote areas. Even if you say, apart from I think Achim, that the mine is a bit closer, most of the mines are really, really far. So you have women living in Tapa, and every morning at 4, you have to join the bus to say Damai or Achampim to go and work. And imagine if you are pregnant, every day you have to travel in and out like that. So these are some of the barriers.
So very serious barriers. Let me go to Doc. I'll come to you on the health implications and all those things. But let me go to Bashira True, who's joined us via Zoom, on whether there are any successful models we can integrate to push those women, up the ladder.
Yes, thank you so much, Vivian. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, please.
Yes, I think that Vida has mentioned quite a few, which are all also wrapped in issues around women's reproductive and biological roles and expectations of society around them. But basically, if you look at the discussions we had yesterday and following off from where we ended, you would realize that based on several interventions and programs and legal reforms, the mining sector has transformed. And that is why today Vida is able to give us an account of the numbers of women and where they are all found. And let me also say that I think there are a lot of examples across the board. I remember correctly, an organization, they had a site where, the mining community, as Vida mentioned, is cut off from town itself. So if you have women who had just resumed from their period of confinement, which is maternity period, and are back to work and they still are breastfeeding their babies and all of that, there has to be an arrangement where they are able to take their breastfeeding breaks to go and breastfeed their children and come back, or if the arrangement is for them to close earlier and go and take care of the baby, all those things need to be there. So there was this evidence from King Cross where they had an arrangement such that they dedicated a V8 and they set up a childcare facility closer to the mine because, of course, before you can set up a childcare facility in any workspace, the risk assessment needs to be done to ensure that the children will not be exposed to any hazards on the farm or on the site. So they set up a childcare facility somewhere closer, and then they had a vehicle which was dedicated for the women who were lactating. And they set up this childcare in such a way that it was a very child-friendly place, and they employed one worker, a nanny, who was there to take care of the children. So all the women who had children would bring their children there, and then they would go to the field to work. And then when it's time to go and breastfeed the children, we'll take the children there. And they also introduced a lot of leisure activities around for the women to be engaged based on what they enjoy doing. So this move is something that also influenced the community, because this was a purely Muslim community where, as it were, whilst we talk about traditional and cultural barriers, we're also talking about religious barriers. So this was a very great intervention where it did motivate and encourage community members to support women going into those areas to go and work, because they realized that it's not just about their spouses being safe, but also the safety of the children that they had. And there have also been several interventions in most of the mining companies in Ghana and some of the civil society organizations, where women who are interested in mining, skilled sector, having skilled experiences and acquiring the knowledge, are actually also given scholarships. And yesterday, Amma shared quite a few of it, mentioning that she's also a beneficiary of SEARCH. So you get the opportunity, you are introduced to it, and then you get the opportunity to be able to go back to school, to learn the skill and come back, move from the department you used to, and then go and change the department. And we also know the experience and then the story of Ladybird and how it worked. The only difference with Ladybird was that because of the specific interventionist approach they were using to support the women, if they send a proposal to a company, it may be a little higher than a normal company that doesn't look at gender interventions and promoting women and all other vulnerabilities. So So it made them quite expensive on the market. But meanwhile, one thing that they kept forgetting about Ladybird's experience was that whilst this was going on, they were not recording incidences of getting goods missing, goods not reaching its destination, and all of that. Because, I mean, for every intervention that you have, there are pros and cons. And once the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, you go for it. Then we also need to institute policy reforms that, like I said, support women. Incidences of alienation, loneliness, and all of that. How do we put in systems to make sure that we are not cut out from our daily life, even if we have to be away for several weeks? Because without all these things, we are talking about the mental health and well-being of these women and other workers generally. And we always say that the things that we say are not good for all workers, are not good for women, men alike. The things that we say are not good for women, in some way, if you look at it critically too, are not good for men. So it means that the whole work system needs to be looked at, and for us to bring in interventionist approach that supports us to work in dignity and in the spaces that also promote our own well-being as well. Thank you.
Right. So it means we have to be deliberate in wanting to push it up, very deliberate, without, you know, worrying. I always say that we've gotten to a point as women that we should say we'll do it without caring what the men will say. If we say that we want to help 200 women to get into leadership positions in 5 years, we set that target and go all out to do it without having to explain to anybody except the person that is going to help us to ensure this happens. So being deliberate is very important. But whilst we are looking at this, we have to also look at the health and safety of these women in the extractive industry. And that question goes to you, Doc, on how we can deal with this. What, for example, what is happening there and how do we deal with it?
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity. With respect to women in the extractive sector, we have those who are directly involved and those who are indirectly involved, and they all face different health and safety issues. For those that are directly involved, you'd find that it's the normal occupational safety issues that are usually addressed by the companies they are involved with, those in the formal sector. Those in the informal sector, they have to deal with chemicals that affect their health, and the environmental pollution. They also face the women, both speakers spoke about being camped for a while, and for those that do koli, like we saw in the video, they are sexually harassed and abused, and sometimes those cases do not travel anywhere. They end up there, sometimes because they are embarrassed to talk about it, and other times they report, and the person they report to at the police station is a male officer who may not see.
A person in position, so it turns and they become,
Yes. Yes, and their reproductive health is also affected. And so those are some of the health issues that arise from working in the industry. And some of these health issues, you not see the effect immediately. They travel along and then they become chronic diseases that you have to deal with. And in recent times, we've been hearing in the news about the effect of galamsey. So it's not only those who are involved, but then those of us outside too are being affected by some of these health problems. And to address these health issues, like you have all mentioned, there must be a deliberate attempt to look at the health concerns of these people, educate them on it, because for some of them, they are looking at the income they are making from the chemicals they are using to get the gold, and they are not really concerned about the health impact on them. Now, if a woman is knows that she can, or there's a safe place she can go and talk about how she has been sexually harassed and something can be done, she would be able to go there. So advocacy is also very important in trying to create the knowledge and then also take action for some of these people. Some may result in legal actions, and if a woman in the mining sector knows that maybe there is legal aid I can go to, for some of them it's because they are not aware that these exist. And so if they are made aware, then they can also take action, and then when the people who are harassing them sexually know that action can be taken against them, it curbs some of these things that happen.
Well, who should from yesterday we've spoken about this harassment thing and women being losing their concession to men because of course they are the stronger and they, but of course we know the police is the ultimate in terms of law or whatever, but within the industry we have the unions, we have the regulators, we have the companies as well. From this discussion, who should we tax to set up a body to just deal with this? Because I feel we should have clear solutions that we live here with and then work towards. I know the unions are very vocal about this, but I don't know whether there's something put up for these ladies to go to.
Okay, so almost all the mining companies have sexual harassment policies. And I must be very honest with you, in the formal mining sector, they take these things very serious. And then the unions also have negotiated collective agreements where we have a schedule of offenses which includes sexual harassment and its corresponding punishment.
Yeah.
So it's become so serious in the mining sector that the guys are even complaining that so
even
and
when
then
you
I
smile,
know
you be
yeah exactly. So it's like you are being monitored.
Yeah.
I can give an example. There was one of these mines, this top executive who did something like that, and he was actually sacked. He was actually sacked. It's a private issue. So.
Yeah.
And then there was a guy who apparently had told this lady that open, like she liked her. And then the lady just brushed it aside. And then the lady married and she got pregnant. And she came to work. And then the guy said, hey, that comment. And the guy was sacked.
Yeah.
And and she's going to curse the girl, she didn't do it. But that's how serious it can be. To the extent that outside workplace, you hear the guy saying, hey, now you don't even know, you're not sure to have female friends. So there are strict
for the formal sector,
sexual harassment policies. And then together with, and then even with the union, we are trying to even negotiate clauses out of the ILO Convention 190. It's still ongoing. We are working at it. So we hope that we can include them in the collective agreement, which is more comprehensive.
Okay. How do we solve the one of the informal sector? And this question goes to all three of you, how we can deal, because I believe the formal sector, there are a lot of inroads being made there, but the informal auntie in some village somewhere can easily be harassed and nothing comes out of it. How do we deal with those ones, which is not, getting any better?
But surprisingly, when we watched the documentary, and I was even talking with, telling Pauline, they said, oh, we are not harassed. And then Pauline was even saying, maybe she doesn't even know what it is, so she can say that she's not harassed.
And some don't want to tell you they have been. They hide it because of the fear of stigmatization and then the implications around that. So they have been harassed, but they'll say, oh, it's a friend of mine, but it's her. We get that a lot. But anyway, how do we deal with that? Informal sector. It's a difficult question, but we need to answer it.
I think it's the creation of awareness that when, even with words, you can be harassed with words. So when that awareness is created, then people will start reporting. And yesterday, I remember us talking about getting the data. So when we are able to get the data, we could push for a policy that would eventually become a bill and a law that looks at informal sexual harassment within the informal sector. So perhaps there must be a conscious effort to collect data on that, with women willing to speak out about their experiences, and then we'll consolidate that for advocacy, and then it goes up that way. Because I've observed, even in the university environment, we have a sexual harassment policy, and most of the students, it is introduced to them when they come in the first year, but by the time they get to the fourth year, they've been harassed, and they even forgot that such a policy exists. And when I had a program where I introduced, I created awareness about the policy, and they were like, how come we didn't know? And I told them, level 100, you were oriented on it, but
we don't remember. I don't
remember.
They've
had so many experiences that go unreported. So I think creating the awareness and then collecting the data and then creating the advocacy and taking it up to the top where there is a law, and not only the law but enforcement of it would help.
Okay, Bashira, would you want to add something?
Yes, I think basically speaking about the informal sector, it was quite interesting that in the documentary, whilst the lady on one hand said that there's no sexual harassment, she's the same person who did mention that they'll promise you a job, they'll have sex with you, and when they finish, they'll say that they don't trust you. So what is that? You know, so it's also about knowing and being able to put a name to the acts that one is going through within the community. But the informal sector one, it comes in twofold. Whether it is a formal sector person who is doing it against an informal sector person, like we heard in the documentary. If that is the case, I think that all these mining companies have community relations offices, they have corporate affairs and all of that. So their systems and the structures and the reporting mechanisms that they have in place should be made aware. Everybody in the community should know what is in place to seek redress in terms of instances and incidences like that. So as a community member who is a stakeholder of the organization, I should be able to use a system that has been created to report cases against workers of the said company, because mostly these workers are able to, as it were, abuse or harm some of these community members by virtue of the powers they have through their positions within the organizations that they work in. That said, there's also, if it is between two informal workers, like two people who are on the concession site doing their business, there are, I think, institutional mechanisms that have been created, the national ones by government. So every community have police stations. If you go there and you ask for the DOFSU person, you definitely be directed to the DOFSU person. There are civil society organizations or non-governmental organizations within the different communities that also look at incidences of abuse in all of its forms. So, and I know that FIDA, WOLDAV, ActionAid have worked tirelessly in training paralegals in several other communities to be able to support victims and survivors in cases of abuse, and when it is brought to their attention. So one can use the institutional mechanisms that is set or the government one, but the difference is that once it's a criminal incident, even if you have to use the institutional mechanisms that are in place, it should still be reported to authorities as such. So in terms of the rape incident that the lady mentioned, for instance, the incident had involved a staff of the company and then the informal lady. It means that the company needs to be made aware whilst the criminal structures that have been created are used. If it is two informal workers thing, then it means that immediately they need to report to DOFSU. So I want to also emphasize, like the point that Prof made, that It is very important, whilst in our daily work we are talking about the importance of women participating in being economically independent, we should also be stressing on the point about what are the mechanisms in place in case they face any form of abuse.
Yeah.
And when we build these structures and systems, we should make sure that the systems that we are putting in place are systems that the women will trust, because there's no way I will report an incident if I do not trust the system that have been created. If the system presents to me any form of ambiguity, I'll definitely not report any cases through that reporting mechanism or channel that have been created. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. I think from what Bashiratu is saying, what the two of you said earlier, with the informal sector, we have a lot to do to really get women who suffer these problems to come out, first of all, and then there's action when they come, and then protection. Because it's very difficult, you are in the same institutional area where the person who has abused you is still there whilst even the case is being looked into. And then in some cases, when the person is punished, the person still is made to come back. How does the woman still work with somebody who has abused her before? I don't get that part.
So, for example, in the former mining sector, there's a policy called Speak Up. It's like a software where nobody knows you. Your anonymity is assured.
Okay.
So if you don't want to go directly, you can do the Speak Up. It's installed on the computers. So you click a button and you put your complaints through that.
Okay.
So that you are protected. So whatever the challenge is, yeah. So that's one way. But again, we are putting a lot of emphasis on the formal sector because it's a little bit well regulated.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. Right.
So,
right. Let's look at the issue of technology and the fact that with women, it takes away from them moving to the top because most of them don't have, and how we can bridge this gap.
Vivian.
Yes, Bashiratu.
Sorry, if I may. So on the question that you just asked, I think that the reason why I was insisting on having a well spelled out system and structure is because this system actually spells out the different abuses, the harm, and then the processes for seeking redress. So if the abuse is something that is, let's say, threat of rape or rape itself or assault or battery or bullying, there is a process that you go through, like maybe there will be an interdiction for the person to be home whilst investigation is ongoing. And then after it, the person, whether found guilty, depending on the gravity of that crime, is dismissed or the appointment is terminated. But then we have always insisted and said that if anybody is supposed to be touched in terms of transfers and suspension, it is not the survivor. It should always be the victim. So it's the victim that needs to make the space. And if it's something of very high, is very high, and you just transfer the perpetrator, how sure are you that wherever you are taking them to, the people who are there will also be sick?
Yeah.
So it is of paramount importance for us to always ensure that we are not solving one problem and exposing other multitudes to the same or even higher, abuse of such nature too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Right. So let's look at the issue of
the skill gaps.
Yes.
So it's true, but in a way, we are also saying that the formal is highly skilled. So you must have one form of a skill or the other before you will be employed, with the exception of the few ones that do not have. However, maybe your skill will require, if you want to move up, it will require that you do reskilling or retooling to get to the level that we are talking about. And because of that, the companies have also instituted diversity and inclusion policies, and it's really working. If you take Newmont, for example, they are working towards 50-50, and they are even struggling. they are saying that within the next 2, 3, 4 years, we want to see 50% women, 50% men. But still, they are working hard to achieve that. But it's not, it's because, again, it is very technical and very, like, you need a lot of skills.
The women are struggling
No, the
get
company
it right?
is struggling to even get the
Okay.
number, but they are committed to doing that. So that's one of the ways of getting more women in the mining sector. And
The
again,
skills.
and then also there's an award instituted by the Ghana Chamber of Mines. It's called the Ghana Mining Industry Award, where they have a special category for women, both technical and non-technical, that they award these women to serve as a motivation to other women to strive to get to the top. So, and then they also have a tertiary fund. There's a tertiary fund that the mining companies contribute to, run by the Ghana Chamber of Mines, that they give bursaries to students, undergraduate students at UMAT. And this bursary, 30% is earmarked specifically for girls.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 30% is earmarked for girls. And even the 70%, the remaining 70% is still include the women.
A mix.
Yeah, that one is mixed. So it means that we are talking about 40% or thereabout for girls. And then after you have gone through that, you also have the opportunity to do your internship at the mining industry, where you gain more skills. And if you do well and your skill is highly needed, they can even sponsor you to do your graduate training. Yeah. And then one of the mines, so training support is also targeted at women. And then employment, if they are interviewing both men and women, and you almost have the same skills, but maybe you are lacking in a small area, like maybe soft skills, like maybe Excel, or they will still go ahead and employ the women and give them those the skill gap, give them training to make up for the numbers. So
the formal sector is being deliberate with,
very, very deliberate. But that notwithstanding, a lot of work
to be done.
Still needs to be done.
Okay, Dr. Nita, thoughts technology-wise, the skills gap and all that.
Can I just finish with this last point, and then these days they have also the engineering softwares they use, because of the technology, AI and things like that. It makes it a little bit easier on the women. Okay. So, for example, there are drones to do surveillance, either to where you have to be at the site and all of that. So, and then engineering softwares, which is helping these women to do their work successfully.
Okay. Thank you, Anita.
Okay. For both the formal and informal sectors, I think that investing a lot more in STEM education, because for some people, they are unaware that they can even work in the extractive sector as women, because of the perception we have that it's a male sector. So when that education begins at the junior level up to the secondary level, they also tend to acquire the skills necessary to work in that sector. For those who are already there, it will be digital illiteracy that they face in the technology sector. So providing that education and awareness for them would greatly help, so that they can also take advantage of the digital tools to be able to use in the sector. And how do they take advantage of those digital tools when credit is made accessible to them and they are trained, they are able to access it, to also use it, so that their work is not as manual, those in the informal sector, as manual as it currently is. So I think that there must be the deliberate effort to educate them on digital tools and how to use them, and even how to acquire them to use in the sector.
Right. So let's, and I'm wrapping up from my side. I'll do some 2 questions and open the floor. I'm sure a lot of you have more questions to ask as well. But, so the issue is with equity. Now, what role can all the stakeholders play? For example, the regulator, with government, having the thought that government is in the company and all that. And this question goes round. The role that we can all play to ensure there's equity in the extractive industry for women.
Okay. So thankfully, there's the affirmative action law. And as I said already, there's the DI policies, the diversity and inclusion policies are already there. So as I speak to you, the chamber is even planning to review their own policies in the mining industry to kind of bridge the gaps or see where there are weaknesses in theirs, because the affirmative action law, the standard there are a bit higher.
Yeah.
So they are planning to have a session where they will review their existing policies and laws. So it's one of the ways of ensuring a response. And then also creating a voice, an agency necessary to assert the rights and interest of women to navigate the complexities of their sector. So a deliberate platform to allow women to have voices, and thanks be to women in mining. But I think a lot more, if we can have a lot more, we do more in that area. I think I had a discussion with Fafa some time back on that, creating a platform specifically for women to be able to have a voice. And mining is kind of, because it's a bit remote, it's like an enclave. So you don't hear a lot of the women, all these dynamic, beautiful women doing great things, they don't come out. And I think that if they are able to come out. And then, thankfully, because we have women setting the blaze, they are becoming trailblazers, I'm sure that will motivate a lot of women. And one important thing, and which I think I've also discussed that we talked about that with Fafa, is gender aggregated data in the mining industry. When you are looking for data on women, it's really tough. It's really tough, even though there are research data here and there, but sometimes you have to do a lot of work to separate them to know which ones are for women. And then ensuring also that mining practices, there are best practices elsewhere. Yeah, and then the STEM education Doctor talked about. The STEM, there should be a deliberate effort by government to support. Sometimes the mining industry can do all they can do in terms of corporate social responsibilities, but if government can do that, for example, involving the various sectors to be in part of drafting curriculum right from the beginning, and then industry practitioners going to schools to talk to these young ladies. Exactly. I know that there's also this MIF fund for girls. So if government can help implement that very well, it can help girls in STEM. So if government can ensure that the implementation is done successfully, then that can also help.
Okay. Let me, Doc, I'll come to you, but let me pick Bashiratu's thoughts on equity and the role government, companies, CSOs, everybody can play in ensuring equity.
Okay, thank you. I think that one important thing we need to do is to demystify some of the myths that are surrounding women in mining. For instance, what type of job women should do and what they are allowed to do and what they can or cannot do without even asking them about it. So I quite remember when we were implementing a project in the northern part, women in mining, and there was a time we went to the field to work, and on the team, we had women who were underground miners. So there were different categories of women who do different things within the mining sector. And we got talking, and there were talks about how women are not restricted from doing any type of job. And on the team, whilst the women were saying, oh, there be a man say, the women were showing evidence using themselves. That is what I do on a daily basis. And they were not just talking about it for them to think that maybe they are making it up. But we showed evidence in picture of these women actually doing the job on the ground and all of that. So it's important to demystify some of these myths so that we can change the narrative that are imprinted in people's mind, be it through religious or cultural means or traditional means. And the same team, we had a stakeholder consultation somewhere, and we were told as part of the consultative process by a man that no sane Muslim man will allow the wife to go underground to mine. And it was quite worrying. But fortunately, there were 3 Muslim women who were there, myself included, where we did mention to the man that there's nowhere in the Quran that says that a woman cannot mine. I mean, unless if he has a different Quran as against the ones that we know and the provisions that we know. So it's important for us to talk about these things and show evidences of such as well. Then one of the greatest intervention that we also brought forth was the women in the informal sector, whilst they are working, are not even privy to the pricing of gold. So they tell themselves how much it is being sold in the market, and that is what they do. So we taught them how to even look at the gold price on a daily basis, which was also a very good intervention, so that you are not shortchanged throughout. How do we also use leveraging on technology, as has been discussed by the 2 panelists? For instance, the woman in the video was making reference to the processes that they use. And she did mention that the mercury we are not yet cheap, not yet go. But what she didn't mention is that some of them, they use their bare hands, and then they also use their teeth to even squeeze it, because we witnessed it before. So if there are new creative ways of doing this without exposing their bodies to any hazardous substance or harm, that is also very critical and important, because at the end of the day, remember, our bodies are not the same. So the effects that these chemicals and actions will have on women will definitely be different from what it will have on men as well. Then financing, which we spoke about yesterday. I mean, it's great. It's a great initiative to have all these sponsorship and scholarships available and accessible to women. But these are for specific groups of women. But if you look at women as not a homogeneous group, and that we are different and at different levels, some women may be cut out from benefiting from some of these interventions. So what approach, how do we get other women who may not be at that level that qualifies them for these scholarships to also have the opportunity, through mentorship, through coaching, so that we can bring them up and be able to also enjoy some of these opportunities that are there. Then financing in terms of the type of work that they do. For the women in the ASM sector, if you ask them, they will tell you different stories about how they are getting their monies to even engage in the trade. Back in the days, we were told by the women in the northern part that those who were financing their activities were not even Ghanaians. They were Burkinabes. So they come to Ghana through the borders, and then they come and they get the women, and you have your price. So when you go, they ask you how much money you need to be able to do the business, and then you check. If you want to buy a Boboya food or a Kia truck or whatever you want to afford, then you do all the calculations and tell this investor, then this investor gives you the money to go to the farm and come. Some of the investors have different arrangements, so whether they are feeding you on a daily basis or they are not feeding you. And when you go, unfortunately, if it happens that the oil you buy, you do not get anything out of it, it means you are owing this investor. And you can imagine what this means. So access to financing is something that we really need to take importance so that we could best support women. Then the final point I'll make, which comes also from the discussions that we had yesterday, is how do we promote EDI, equality, diversity, and inclusion for all vulnerable groups at all levels. So we don't only bring them on board at a certain stage, but the level of conceptualization, the design process, the planning, the implementation, the monitoring and evaluation and everything. So we don't cook the food and ask them to come and join and watch people eat the food. And at that point, sometimes it's even difficult to make any input because, again, policies and legislations do not affect all of us in the same ways. But I think that there's many other interventions will really help in changing the lot of.
All right, thank you, Bashira Tudor.
Okay. I, being a teacher, would like to conclude by asking us all some thought-provoking questions that will set us reflecting on what can be done. I see that for the extractive sector, the CSOs work in silos. Is it possible to be deliberate and say that for women in the extractive sector, we want to all come together because we have the women in mining, we have the women in small-scale artisanal and small-scale mining, everybody doing their own thing. The only time you get to meet is when you're organizing conferences, workshops, you come together. Is it possible to have a common platform? And then on that common platform, we are saying that in the next 5 years, we are working at improving the lives of women in the mining sector. Maybe our specific focus will be those in the informal sector because those in the formal sector are regulated. If you can have that, we can make good progress in that area. And then mainstream it into national policies and national agendas. And then also another question I would like to ask us is how much awareness are people or are women or girls knowledge, or how aware are they of these funding opportunities in the sector? The Chamber of Mines, permit me to ask you, how many applications do you get in a year? And the 30%, are you able to exhaust your funding for that, of all the money for scholarship within a year? And I'm asking because I don't know how many women or girls are aware of this opportunity. And so we work in silos. Yeah. If we could come together and then create a big platform, perhaps we could make inroads like the girl child education that now people are wondering, so where does that leave the boy child, since we've made a lot of inroads with the girl child. Thank you. You want to
respond to that?
I can't respond to the chamber aspect.
Yeah.
But for the Minerals Commission, what we've done in recent times is to design a program to go to female secondary schools. We are targeting science students in their second and third years who are also about to write the WASI, and to highlight career opportunities in the mining sector to them. We tell them about the various careers. Sorry about that. So we tell them about the various programs, the institutions that offer these programs, what the entry requirements are. And then we also, as much as possible, take a female mining professional with us, just to show them that, you know what, everything we are saying doesn't have to be abstract. This is somebody who has gone through the mill. You can check her history. She highlights her challenges, how she got there, and why she's even still in the sector. So this is something we've started to do. We collaborate with the school, and then we tell them that, you know what, it's not a one-off thing. We want to know how many students after WASI have opted to do programs that are towards the mining sector. And then we would go on to then link them with mentors in the various mining programs in the various university institutions, just so that at the end of the day we can track and say, okay, you know what, this program which we started has yielded X number of female mining professionals over a period. Again, we keep talking about data. That's our biggest challenge in this gender discourse. And so as much as possible, we are trying to get these parts sorted out so that going forward, we can look back and do things a little more scientifically. Yes, but I don't know, somebody from Chamber was here yesterday, so I think she can speak to the scholarship portion. Thank you.
Okay, if we can give her. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Caroline Vetts. So I'm from the Chamber. So to be frank, the tertiary education fund that we set aside for the ladies, we are not able to use everything. That is the real truth. But we keep that money and we continue to use it for them. So the thing is that when the parliament were drafting the affirmative action bill, the chamber, we have a legal committee. So the legal committee took the affirmative action bill, went through and made sure that they made inputs concerning female representation in the mining industry. So the mining industry, we call it diversity and inclusion. That's what we call it. So after that, we submitted it to the parliament. So we worked through the sector minister, and we sent it to him. We sent our inputs and everything before it was passed. So normally that's what we do in order to, how will I say, bring about change. Yeah.
Okay.
Last one.
Yeah.
Permit me, forgive me for being a moderator.
No,
when
it's
I'm
fine.
supposed to be. The last one is we keep saying that we should see the men as allies. Are they willing to work with us in the extractive industry? Thank you.
Okay, so we've opened the floor for questions, comments, and all that. So we'll start with Pauline, then we'll move that way. So we'll zigzag. Yeah.
A small question, because I was intrigued when Vida was mentioning how some young women are going outside the country. And I was wondering if there's any information on whether or not there's a gender pay gap within the mining sector, because that's one of the things that we don't normally speak about. Are women paid commensurate to men?
Yeah,
Is
disparity.
there any information on that at all? I mean, if we're talking about incentives for women to stay in the space, what information is available on that?
Okay, thank you, Pauline.
Thank you, Pauline. Generally speaking, the skills expatriation in the mining industry, not only for women. I'm sure even the women are few, but generally the men are moving to Australia, Canada, Mali, Burkina. There's a big challenge there, and the women have also joined now. So again, it's also about the economics, but we know that mining industries pay well. But if you're exposed to money and you think there's more money somewhere, in terms of the gender pay gap, directly you won't find that because it's well structured. You will not find that a man and a woman doing the same work, a woman is paid less because she's a woman. But indirectly, if a woman is pregnant, for example, and is a dumper truck operator, her overtime will be cut because she can't sit on the dumper truck. She has to do lighter duty, so she has to come to the office or somewhere. So she's losing maybe that extra 4 hours overtime indirectly. And then one of the things we also observed is that, especially those at the middle level to senior level, where you have to negotiate for your salary, women lack these negotiating skills, and they also sometimes lack the confidence to even mention big figures. So a colleague was telling me that his wife got an opportunity to be interviewed for a position in the mining company, but she was coming from a public sector. So when they asked her salary expectation, she mentioned something small, so that people were even surprised. So these are all some of the things that will contribute to gender pay gap, because if you don't know what your male counterpart said, or you haven't done your research well to inform you during the negotiation process, you can be found wanting. So that's the skills expatriation is a general problem, and I know a lot of young men who have also left. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Vivian.
Yes, Bashir.
Yes. So on that score, Pauline, let me reiterate the point that mostly where there are trade unions, you will hardly find issues or incidences of gender pay gap, because then the rules are set collectively through collective bargaining. So the rules governing remunerations and other benefits are spelled out. It doesn't discriminate against everyone. But for those levels or those workspaces where there are no trade unions, most definitely, because it is done based on individual strengths and maybe what you bring on board, or sometimes maybe related to your gender as to whether you are someone who is in charge of a family or whatever, based on the person who is in charge biases. There might be incidences of gender pay gap, or sometimes even pay inequalities, depending on how we look at it. So it may happen, but in other instances, it may not be because of the trade union structures that have been established within the organizations there. So maybe in future, as we keep talking about the scientific evidence and research, it is one area that we can also look at. Looking at areas where there are trade unions and areas where they are not, and what are the issues when it comes to women's issue, gender pay gap, gender-based violence and harassment, and whether there are systems that actually adequately addresses such issues as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
Actually, Bash, you've raised an issue that is of a concern, because what we have come to recognize is that increasingly workers within the mining sector are on contract basis, sometimes without the protections afforded by the trade unions. And I know this is not simply in the mining sector, because across various sectors, companies are opting to engage people under contract basis, which is not always favorable to them. Now, you and Vida are working in the mining space. How are you countering this? Because the kind of agreements that mining company workers used to have, let's say 20 years ago, isn't necessarily the kind of agreements that many mining workers are enjoying today.
Yeah.
So how are you addressing this particular situation?
Okay. Thank you very much. It is true, one of the greatest challenges we are facing as a trade union is that now employment has moved from permanent work to more or less like fixed term contracts. And so you are put on a fixed term contract for 1 year, maximum 2 years. And so what we have done is that even if there are only 2 workers, we go and organize them. So now most of the CAs that we are doing are for those who are on fixed term contract, and we put in so almost the CA, all the conditions and the clauses are the same as permanent workers, with the exception of maybe end of contract sum, that at the end of your contract, an amount should be paid, a percentage of your annual salary should be paid to you as end of contract sum. We don't like it that way. Unfortunately, some of the workers have contributed to this. So a mining company will come and say, oh, we want to declare all of you redundant because of operational structures and all of that. And then the person calculates, because it's already in the CA that redundancy package is, say, 25% of your whatever, all the years you have worked times whatever. So there's a calculation for it. So when the person does the calculation, it's like, hey, so I can go home with 500,000 Ghana cedis. And yeah, Munyi Medina, more from a contract. And then, let's say because there was an agenda of the union that minimum salary in the mining industry should be $500. That's the minimum. So somebody have even gone past the 500 minimum to maybe 700,000, and then they take the severance pay and come back and start from afresh. So at that time, the beginning when they are giving you your new contract, that one, the union is not part until you come back before the union. And so you have to now start struggling building them up. So it's really a big problem. In fact, we were told of a story where somebody was fighting the HR. Why did you give me 2 years contract? I wanted 1 year because the 1 year my money will come quickly. So it's really a dilemma. It's really a dilemma. But what we have done is to ensure that no matter where you are, we'll come and unionize the workers.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Pauline.
Okay.
I think that what you said is quite true, because now employers are not directly employing from the labor market, which is a thing of worry for everybody. I mean, it is a thing of worry for trade unions, but it should be a thing of worry to every well-meaning Ghanaian. This is because the only reasons why employers resort to using agency employment and all of that is because employment has shedding cost. So they do not want to be responsible for your occupational safety and health. And I'm sure that from the discussions we've been having from yesterday to today, we know how important those things are. So employers do not want to be responsible for your social protection. They don't want to be responsible for anything. So workers are working in environments where they don't even know who their employers are. As a woman, for instance, they do not want to be responsible for your maternity protection. So if you get pregnant, you go on maternity leave, that is not their business. So that would be you and the third party who is giving you to them. And this does not only even create problems for the workers, but also the whole country, and then also for trade unions, because it inhibits our ability to organize more workers within the fold of the union. And for the country, once it's a fixed term contract and it ends, the possibility that we are adding on to the pool of unemployed people is really high. Because if you go home and maybe you are someone who is very assertive and vocal, you're someone who have refused sexual advances from a supervisor or a superior officer or whoever, it also determines whether you are re-engaged on another contract or not. So for this, the ILO, the International Labour Organization, has a convention, which is Convention 181. And this convention specifically talks about private employment agency. And the good thing about this convention is that the convention says that devoid of the contractual status of a worker, every worker should have the right to freedom of association and right to collective bargaining. Ghana is here to ratify it, but it means that if Ghana ratifies this convention without exceptions, it opens up an opportunity for workers devoid of their contractual status to form or join a trade union and then to collectively bargain, as we already do, for other mainstream workers. But without this arrangement, it creates a problem. And lastly, Pauline, the challenge is also that whilst Ghana has actually ratified the Fee-Paying Agency Convention, which is 1970, Ghana didn't ratify the whole convention in totality. So we ratified that convention with exceptions. So if you look at how the convention is structured and the parts that were ratified by Ghana and you match it to our labor law, you realize that the convention says once it's a fee-paying agency that is giving me to a mining company, let me use an example, let's say TWN. Once TWN hands me over to the mining company, I will pay my due with the first salary that I will be paid. Okay. After that, the relationship between myself and TWN is supposed to end. But this has not been the practice in Ghana. Okay. So they take the workers and give them to the companies and hold on to these workers so as long as these companies want to engage the workers to re-engage them. So you would find people who are working with these agencies for more than 15 years in the same job and with the same company, and nothing is being done about it. So the agencies are the ones who also determine the salaries that they are paying to these workers, which is a thing of worry. So if they are paying me more than the other person, I might not even know. And even if I know, there's nothing I can do, because my salary goes directly to the agency, and then the agency is the one that will determine how much of that salary they give me and how much they keep as what they will call administrative fees. So these are some of the dynamics and the situations that we have that we must all come together to work on. Thank you.
Okay, so we have 10 minutes to wrap up. So we'll take brief questions and answers, and then we'll wrap up. I believe, yeah.
It's on now. All right, okay, thank you. So my question is on the scholarship. I would like to find out whether you have a post-education plan for those who benefit from the scholarship, because yeah, we are currently speaking to beneficiaries of the scholarship around the Western region, Takwa and Wasa area, and the feedback we are getting is that they were sponsored, but after school they are still home. They are struggling to get opportunity to work in the sector.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I think that should go to Fafa, right? Oh.
So for the scholarship, we have undergraduates, before we have postgraduates, and for faculty members. The faculty members are the lecturers. So for the undergraduates, you have to put in your application. Then there's a council for it. They call themselves the TEF Governing Board. So they'll review it and see whether you deem fit for the bursary. That's the same for the postgraduates. So that one, you have to put in your application for it. So it's not necessarily that because they sponsored you for your undergraduates, they'll be doing the same for your postgraduates. So that's the thing.
Employment, after school employment.
Employment.
Yes, yeah.
So the internship during your 4 years of school at UMAT, the chamber will make sure that you are always sent to the mining companies or companies to call mine support services. They provide services to the mining companies, so like Liber, Babex, Viola, So you'll be sent there till you finish. Then employment, that one there.
So how do you help with recommendations, or they are supposed to make the best out of the internship so they can return and make applications?
So it's expected that during your internship, because it's for the 4 years, you'll be gaining the adequate skills that you need to push you there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Robert, your question has been answered. Any questions here? Okay, let's go here.
Hello.
Do you want to comment on the employment to answer the question? Okay.
Yes, thank you. Since I am from UMAT, I think I can also help in answering that.
Okay.
So as she already explained, we receive the Ghana Chamber of Mines scholarship packages for undergraduate, postgraduate, and we have one for the faculty members, which also supports the staff secondment. We have something we call the staff secondment. In UMAT, as soon as you're employed as a lecturer, you have to go for secondment because you are going to teach in a mine-related university. Therefore, you are mandated to go to any of the mining companies to go and acquire those skills. So that is there. But concerning the undergraduate student, when you're a student, right from the first year, when you go through the orientation, we spelled out all those internship opportunities. However, for first year, you are not supposed to go for an internship. If you go for an internship, then that should be that you should be in your second year, going to your third year, or your third year going to your fourth year. However, when you're in first year and you think for the long back, you'll be at home, you can do internship in any of our labs. So that one is there for you to acquire the skills. However, even though you might get the scholarship, which is not for free, Your academic background is also important, is taken into consideration, because when the board meets, they consider all these things to award the scholarship. Even though we have a portion for women, but if you don't qualify, you still don't get it. So after winning or getting all these scholarship packages, when you go from level 200 going to your level 300 during the long back in UMAT, before you can go for the internship within the mining sector, it's only done during the long back, because we have an MOU with all the mining companies, and UMAT is entitled to just get one slot. And the slot is either the first semester break or the second semester break. So usually we prefer the second semester, because for that one, you have ample time to learn skills and to improve upon what you have also learned on the classroom. So that is there. So for the second year, go to third year, you get the opportunity, and automatically, as long as you are entitled to the scholarship, you have to be given a place. So when you go there, it is your ability to work, to acquire more knowledge, prove yourself beyond that. Truly, when they employ you, you can perform. And if you're able to do that from second year to third year, you get that short period for 3 months, you go, you get that experience. Second year to third year, you'll be given another slot. And you know, when you are being employed in a mining company, 2 years attachment is considered as what? 1 year working experience. And that is why in UMAT, we always advise our students to go in for the attachment, so that you can build that relationship with the company. So based on your working ethics, they can also request that during national service, we want to employ you. And during, now that they are about to fill for national service, they are about to take those procedures. You see all the mining companies, they all come through the university training coordinator. They will all put in the number of students they would like to employ. So if you're a beneficiary and you did not go to the training office to go and fill your name to partake in the exam, who will know you? Yes, is to help you go through education. They have done that. The rest is left on you. You have to now put yourself together, and whatever you should benefit, know the opportunities in there and take a full advantage of the opportunities there. So that is what happens. So you go through when they are about to start that process where all the mining company will now tally the number of students you apply. So I think from next month, they will start, the HR from various mining companies will start the recruitment process. They write an exam, then they go for an interview. So those of us here, if you know you have a family member or you have somebody you are related to who is currently at UMAT, very soon they will start the process. Tell them to go to the training office, to go and register. Let them take part in the exams. Let them take part in what? The interview, so that after that they can get jobs. Thank you.
Okay, Robert, so the advice is to you. Yes, please.
Since it's related to what my sister from UMAT said, so I just want to find out from her, because my husband is also a miner who is an old student from UMAT.
Okay.
I want to find out the alumni. How are they tapping into the alumni? Because I know majority of them are outside Ghana, doing work in huge mines within Africa and then globally.
Yeah.
You know, so how are they tapping into that, so that they will not focus on local opportunities alone? Because they have big time men out there within the region and globally. So I'll just encourage her. I don't know how their alumni database is, but I think it's an opportunity that they can also tap in, so that they will not focus on opportunities within Ghana alone, because majority of them are out there doing impactful work.
Yes, so thank you. Concerning that one, we have the UMAT, the Alumat page, where we have a lot of people, expatriates who are there. So most of the time, currently Intertech, the one managing Intertech is also an old student of UMAT. So what all these people, and currently the general manager GM for Goldfields, Dr. Catherine, is also from UMAT. So because these people are there and occupy top positions, they also help us to get a huge number for various slots. Okay. A typical example is previously, when Goldfield wanted to request for students on attachment basis, we have UMAT, we have mining, we have minerals, we have geology department, environment and safety, we have data science, computer science. At first, they were not even requesting for computer science students. Not talk about the math student, they were not. And even for the number for mining and minerals, they can just request for 10 for mining, 10 for minerals. But because we have these people occupying those top positions, recently, the last year's own, during the long back, we could have like 20 slots just from Gold Fields, giving us 20 slots for mining.
Okay.
And also, based on the Alumat page, some people are also able to get straight employment.
Okay.
So that one, they come and tell us, we want this specific number of students from mechanical. If you can help us get these students to do a national service.
Sure.
And they tell us that these people will be employed straight away, but we do not tell the student. So sometimes you call a student and you tell the person, there is this offer, will you like to go to this company? And they will tell you, no, I don't want, because it's a servicing company. I want Newmont. I want this. So sometimes you have to do the background check, call them and tell them, please, they will give you a straight employment, so you just go. Then after they have experienced it and they have gotten the job, then they are always happy. So we really make good use of our those people from our Alumat page.
Thank you.
Globally, yes, from Australia.
For instance, Cote d'Ivoire, you have majority of them.
Yes, currently.
So that students can also who have that kind of position.
Background,
yes.
Go there.
They are movers and shakers.
Exactly. So what happens is, we are highly interconnected with our own students. So you get somebody who is currently in Australia now. Now if you go to Australia, they have what they call the database analytics for lithium company.
Okay, we are far behind time. I think that the thing is clear that you have to help so that they do the global thing. So I think we are sorted. The advice well taken. Yes.
Okay. Hello. So my name is Freeman Brace.
Yes, Freeman.
And I'm just trying to find out something more about the sexual harassment policy. It looks like in the formal sector, they have well-structured policy. But when it comes to the informal sector, we only talk about advocacy, and that is all. But when we look at, whenever we have community engagement, we usually talk about something like community-based action team and that sort of thing. Can we have that also in the informal sector? Because I feel if we should have that, it will help some of these victims to be able to get a support system. Even within their, how will I say, their mining group, they will have a sort of support system. Also, these people can also help in identifying the right way for them to also report some of these cases. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take 3 more and then we'll take answers. I'll come to it. Let me provide. Please go ahead.
My question is to my wife. I stand to be corrected. Maybe I didn't hear it well. And when you asked of the barrier, he made mention of because the work schedule there is busy, and then women also see that there is a dirty work. I just want to ask if it's in the olden days or currently, that is our perception. And yes, if currently that is our perception, we want to bridge the gap now. So what are the encouragements you are going to give it to women so that we take this perception off our minds, so that, because I know for Newmont, even when you're going to do internship, if you're not highly connected over there, it's hardly you. So I can see of late people want to, women especially want to work at the mining site. So can we clear the air for me?
Okay. No, I'll take one more, then you respond to it. Was there a hand here? Okay. Okay, let me take, yes. Okay, Mr. Ajite, okay.
Thank you very much. I just want a clarification.
Okay.
You are saying the women in the strategies, the formal and the informal.
Mm-hmm.
The formal are those working in the large scale, and the informal are those working in the small scale. But I feel those working in the small scale, not all are informal.
Yes.
So when we say formal and informal, and we use informal for the small scale women, then I find it's not clear, because the small scale too, we have formal and the illegal and informal.
Yes.
You see, and the problem for projecting the women in the small scale too, we have women who are concessionaires, like Adobia Pires, she has a concession. But we are working on how many women have the concession nationwide, so that we'll know whether they are growing or they are slacking behind. So I at least want you to get it that the formal and informal how we are using Mama Vida, the way you are handling, we know you are in the last scale. But with all those in the small scale too, not all of them are informal. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think it's clear. We are not saying that everybody in the small scale are informal, but there's an informal group that we want to formalize and also push them up the ladder. Okay. So I can take the responses. You can answer whichever one you feel comfortable.
Okay. Thank you very much for your question. So it was a general background I was giving. The reason why we couldn't have a lot of women in the mining industry. At that time, a lot of women, I mean, even men going into mining. I remember some journal was interviewed and he said when he told his family that he was going to do mining, they thought that that was his end. So mining was perceived in a way that it was robust, many women also thought it was dirty and all of that. That was a perception. And because we didn't take advantage, then we had a lot of men there, so women couldn't, that's why women are lacking behind in terms of numbers. That's what I'm saying. But now, and what we are doing to take away or erase that perception, I think Fafa talked about that, the fact that they go to schools to tell the young women that mining, there exists mining sector, and they even go with people who occupy positions in the mining to serve as a encouragement to them. So Fafa answered that. So that's one of the ways that it's done. But it's not now. I'm saying that, I don't know how to say it, but you know, sometimes we'll say, oh, this food, like Koususa, we used to think that, oh, it grows wild, we don't like it, and people died out of anemia and all of that. Meanwhile, they could have taken advantage. Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say. That because we didn't capture the sector early, the women did not go there early, we resorted to other female-related jobs more than mining. Yeah, I hope you understand.
Okay.
Okay, on the, he's gotten up.
Yes.
But on the sexual harassment one, there's DOTSU, that when you approach them, they take care of this in the informal sector. And then when it's rape, it's also a crime that is taken up by the state and the person prosecuted. So for those in the informal sector, there are avenues for redress. The problem is, are they aware and what are the processes? And then Bashiru said that if we have well laid down processes that they are aware of and they can trust the process, then they can follow them through for redress.
Thank you. We'll have to.
Thank you, Vivian.
Yes, okay.
Let me quickly add that in terms of the sexual harassment, like Doc mentioned, I think the formal sectors, the organizations they work in, may have policies or legislations in their CAs or their parent companies that protect the workers. But in the informal sector, we are only left with using the national laws that we have. And currently, beyond the Labor Act, we do not have any specific legislation at the national level that talks about sexual harassment, except the Criminal Code and the Criminal Offences Amendment Act that talks about other forms of GBV, like sexual exploitation, battery, assault, and all those things, which may happen in an organization. So it means that that does not discriminate against the sector or the economy where a person is, whether you are in the formal economy or the informal economy. And then in terms of the national level too, we are pushing for the ratification of the Convention 190 on eliminating violence and harassment at work. Once Ghana ratifies this convention, it will also not discriminate against whoever. Once you're a worker, every workspace that you find yourself, because the scope of that convention is really broad. on the what a workplace is. It will cover everyone, and part of the process is us also calling for Ghana as a country to have its own national policy around this issue. And on Nee's question about informal, I think that the rule is clear about what qualifies a workplace organization to be termed as formal and what qualifies them to be termed as informal. So once an organization meets the criteria, which also includes coverage of the Labor Act, whether employment contracts, do you have employment contract, written employment contract, are there processes in place to actually seek redress when things happen, and then whether they are decent, whether you are paying certain things to the workers and all of that, defines whether you are in the formal sector or the informal sector. So that's why we keep stressing that the ILO agenda on formalizing the informal sector should not be looked at as something that is for specific organizations, but it's for everybody. If we really want to protect workers, and as companies too, if we want to also get certain benefits that are there for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have to say thank you to you ladies, Vida Brio, Bashira to Kamal, and then Dr. Anita Bako. You've been fantastic. Thank you so much for your contributions, and thank you too. We're far behind time. We're supposed to have a snack break, but we'll do it together with the next program, which is the breakout session. We have 4 groups that we have to form, so we'll quickly do that, get our leaders for the groups, and then whilst we are doing our discussions, we can have our coffee break so that we stay within time. So since we have 4 groups, we will do the 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1 will go to one side, 2, 3, and then 4. So we'll start with Pauline Stay. So that you're getting also no, you are 4. Why is you are 1? You are 1. So please, all those who got 1, you are at this side. 1, please go in this table. 2, this table. 3, then 4. So if we can quickly move around. 1, all those who got 1 are here. Those who take 2, you're coming this way. Those who take 3 will be the father's table. And 4 with Madame Benjamin.
No, I was thinking, I just did a reservation. I didn't know this. So that's like my case. Then I had to quickly go to the and I had
Group 1, your topic is digital transformation and extractivity. How tech can level the playing field for women. Please who's your leader? Should I go to, or you have on your Yours is breaking barriers to finance. So easy. So please, you told your leader. I'll come back to that. Group 3, legal and policy framework, tackling informal labor. Please, I'll come back to know your needs. 4, easy for you to policy recommendations on gender sensitive. So whilst you have, you can still have thank you very much. This is supposed to take 45 minutes. And it's 12:16, so I'll stop. Thank These were supposed to be done by 1:30. Let's pass it out. We close at 10:30. Minutes more. So your presentation should be sent to this email. We won't do the right thing this time around. The email is info@netrightghana.org. So the rapporteur, please plan to send everything that is being discussed to an email, which is info@netrightghana.org. We have 30 minutes. Okay, don't worry. I'll get on someone who has the I see a lot. Right now we are monitoring.
General interest rate is the interest rate. Just giving them the interest rate.
Please write the name of the and then the topic when you are sending it to us. So one and then your topic. If you put everything together now, Ten more minutes, please. 10 minutes. 7 more minutes, please. Thank you. 7 more minutes, please. Should be wrapping up.
Some people want to see the one from yesterday. We are actually the very first. I usually type it. 2 minutes more. Finish hard. 2 minutes more. 2 minutes more. Please let's start getting ready for the presentation. We start with 1. 50 seconds more. 50 seconds more. Start getting ready for your presentation. My mind is not ready. Start getting ready to stop The presentations will be 7 minutes, so please, not more than 7 minutes. We are far behind time, by an hour. So. All right, so our time is up. Thank you for your time. We'll start with group 1. Group 1's topic was digital transformation in extractives, how tech can level the playing field for women. Your 7 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you very much. 3 recommendations were that the first thing is building capacity for women in tech, in the extractive sector. The reason why we are saying building capacity of women is that research has shown that as we formalize the extractive sector, women fall below. So if we build their capacity in the tech sector, they'll be able to compete as the sector is formalizing. The second recommendation was that we should encourage more girls to study STEM subjects in the extractive sector. Once you encourage the ladies, like I think Papa from Minerals Commission, she was saying that they go around to encourage the ladies to study more subjects towards this. The third recommendation was that we should use data platforms in the extractive sector. For example, we can use it for information dissemination among women. We can use it as networking channels. Okay, the second question was that what is the flagship idea or innovation that can be scaled? We have a term that is called mining STEM innovation. There's a competition that's called innovation. So we have twisted it to say mining STEM innovation. So mining STEM innovation. What it entails is that we will get the senior high schools to identify problems and use technology to solve this. How it can be scaled up is that we'll go to the various STEM centers across the country for them to organize this, and then we'll get more tech solutions. Then, what was the third thing? The role of government. Okay, the role of government will be to facilitate this competition. That will be to bring the schools together for this to be done. With the private sector, we'll get funding from the Chamber of Mines, the Ghana National Association of Small-Scale Miners. From civil society, they can research into the various new techs for mining. They can also mobilize people. Thank you.
You stayed within your time. You have 4 minutes in there. So that 4 minutes, we'll quickly pick if there are any questions or comments. If not, any questions, comments? Okay. So let's move to your question or your topic is breaking barriers to finance, strategies to increase women's access to capital. It's 1-3, your 7 minutes starts.
So the team came together and we put our strategies, we put the strategies under this main heading. So I will mention the various strategies one by one and what can be done under the various strategies. So first is policy recommendation. And we are saying that there should be gender inclusive mining laws and policies that highlight gender equity and access to finance. We are also saying that there should be mandatory gender impact assessments. And then 2, financial support and access mechanism. So we are encouraging women in the extractive sector to form partnership and then cooperatives. We are also requesting that there should be financial inclusion policies where quotas and then incentives will be given to women in the extractive sector. So for example, there can be a policy directive that perhaps 5% of banking loans should be given to women in the extractive sector. And then there should also be guarantee funds and risk sharing mechanism. So if any banks that is ready to give funds to women, the bank should not bear the risk alone. There should be some mechanism set in place so that in case of failure to pay, those funds can support such banks.
Okay.
So that is what we mean by that. And then the next one is capacity building and technical assistance. So first of all, there should be capacity programs on how to access funds as well as financial literacy. Women concessionaires, for example, should be encouraged to also conduct geological investigations on their allocated piece of land. This document will serve as a bankable document for accessing of funds. Now, with this document, a concessionaire can go to GIPC, where investors usually are looking for people to partner, businesses to work with. So this document would also help them access funds at GIPC.
Okay.
And that is why we are saying there should be training as to how to access funds. And then there should also be support services for proposal writing and then investment pitching. We know that many of us, we lack these soft skills. So we need to bridge that gap. So women in the extractive sector should be trained in that regard. And then there should be mentorship and peer network. So for those who have been able to access funds, would want to share their knowledge with their colleagues and help them to also access funds. And then, is that all? No. Good. And then supply chain and procurement inclusion. So the local content policies there should be deliberate attempt to include women policies in that, or quotas in that policy. And then under still supply chain and procurement inclusion, we are saying that supply development programs should be held to help women-led SMEs to meet standards to become part of the extractive companies procurement network. We know many women are into liquid soap making and all that, but what they do not meet standards. That is why the large companies are taking advantage of the supply chain. So we should help them to know the standards in it, acquiring the requisite document from Standard Board, from FDA, so that they can also have a part in the supply chain programs. Then partnership and advocacy. We are also asking that there should be establishment of cooperative saving models, and then donor and NGO support. There should also be engagement with the financial institutions. So NETRIGHT, for instance, can take the lead and start engaging the banks to assist women in the extractive sector when it comes to financial inclusion. Then lastly, data collection and monitoring. So we are saying that there should be impact monitoring evaluation, ensuring that programs are meeting women in extractive needs and adjust strategies accordingly. There should also be publication on data that shows support, financial support to women. When these data are published, it will really encourage other institutions to also come to the aid of women in extractive and then assist them financially. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Also, within your time, please, any questions, comments, additions to Group 2's presentation? Okay. We'll move to Group 3. Theirs is legal and policy frameworks tackling informal labor and exploitation. Group 3, it is 1-9. Your 7 minutes starts now.
Okay.
Group 3.
Group 3.
This is Group 3, yes. No, madam. This group is and don't worry about that. They have your mic. Yeah.
Okay. We worked on tackling informal labor and exploitation through legal and policy frameworks. And we came up with seven solid points. 1, to strengthen legal protection. How is it going to be done? To enforce stricter penalties, which should include imprisonment instead of fines for labor violations. And also, we have to extend the formal labor rights, such as the maternity leave, occupational safety, to the informal workers, because we know that this formal labor rights are in the formal sector, which is also not in the informal sector. So the extension of it in the informal sector is something that will go a long way to help in the informal sector. And the second point, we talked about support worker representation. So here, how is it going to be done? Encourage the formation of trade unions and committees to protect informal workers' interests and also prevent exploitation. And the third point, how do we address sexual harassment? And there is a clear extension with the sexual harassment and also its links to exploitation. And we should implement safeguards for victims to protect them from retaliation. Example, blacklisting or sidelining. And the fourth point is improve legal and policy framework. How are we going to do this? So we should have a tailor-made policies to the realities. So what is the experiences of the labor in this informal sector, and it also should be in relation to the language of the informal workers. It shouldn't be only English, big English, but in their languages, so that they will be better able to understand what it is that they are talking about. And also we should ensure laws are inclusive and also context sensitive. And the fifth point is encourage reporting and protection. Here we are going to establish whistleblower protections with anonymous reporting channels for exploitation cases. And six, promote safe working environments. Here, how are we going to do this? We are going to develop structured policy processes to formalize informal sector operations, to foster a healthy and also safe work culture for all workers. And then the last but not least, raise awareness and access to health. So we are going to provide advocacy, which is always ongoing, and also education and how and where to seek help or redress in cases of exploitation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Group 3. Please, any questions? Please, I would pray that you listen to the president. Group 1, I don't like what you are doing. Please listen so that we can add on or, ask questions so that we have something good to take away. So Group 3, thank you very much for your presentation. Group 4, you were working on policy recommendations for gender-sensitive extractive sector. It's 1:13. Your 7 minutes starts.
Thank you. So, Group 4, we began by going over some of the policy gaps that was mentioned here yesterday and then today. So, some of the gaps included absence of a gendered quota in local content laws. I think Doctor's presentation yesterday mentioned that. And we also had the absence of extractive provisions in the 2015 gender policy. Another gap was inadequate gender provisions in the 2014 minerals and mining policy. And there were also inadequate capacity building programs in these policies. So from this, we suggested 4 recommendations for the government. So 1, we need to review all policies in the mining sector to be gender sensitive. So first of all, we need to conduct a gender gap analysis in these policies, and then review them and make them more gender focused. And we need to include smart gender provisions in these policies. When we say smart, I mean it has to be specific, measurable, attainable, and realistic. So the next thing that also we discussed, still under these gender-sensitive policies, is to introduce gender budgeting. I think there was a discussion around gender budgeting. So for governments, if they are budgeting for the country's programs, they need to consider gender, both in the design of policies and then in the implementation of these policies. Then our second recommendation was about gender mainstreaming. Basically, it follows from the first one. And as part of that, we need to organize capacity building programs or institute policies that promotes capacity building, especially for women. And we need to institute periodic gender-sensitive monitoring and evaluation. I think Group 2 mentioned something about gender impact assessment. We also have that one here. We need to institutionalize impact assessment for, or in all the policies, gender policies that we have as a country. Then thirdly, we need to harmonize institutions that are working on gender-based programs or activities. So we find that there are a lot of groups, a lot of institutions, both in the ministries and other agencies, all working on gender. Is there a way to harmonize or bring a policy or a law to harmonize all these institutions in the state agencies, and as well as the private sector and CSOs too? There is the need for them to also have a way of working harmoniously. for effective, for consensus building and then effective implementation of these policies. Then lastly, we need to address the specific needs of women in small-scale mining, ensure that the activities are well organized, and distinguish their work from illegal mining. Because mostly a lot of people consider the group galamsey or illegal mining together with small-scale mining. So there should be a way of policy to distinguish these activities. Thank you.
Thank you. So when Group 1 did their presentation, you people didn't clap, and I know why. When Group 2 did this, you didn't clap, I know why. You clap for Group 3 and 4 because you know that's the end. Yeah, getting to the end, so you clap for them. But I think we should all clap for ourselves. We've done a great one, and it's been 2 days of insightful discussions, contributions, comments, questions with answers following up and all that. We've come to the end. What I'm supposed to do is a summary of the 2 days. And usually I don't do this alone. I do it with everybody so that we can all be part of the summary. So the summary will just be a straightforward question on our highlights and our takeaways and our action plan. That is what our summary will be around, because this morning Baba took us through the summary, and which was very detailed and, you know, heavy loaded. And today's discussion is just a reinforcement of what we did yesterday, and then adding more details, arms and legs to it. So we're going to quickly look at the highlights, our takeaways, and the action points, so that if we return back a year later, 6 months later, we can say that we've done A, B, C, D. We can say we've gotten to E, F, G, H with regards to what we decided we'll do. So we're going to stay in our groups. I'm going to take 2 highlights and takeaways from each group, right? And then we'll look at 3 action points we are living here with. So Group 1, the talker group. Hi, Pauline. Okay, so let's have 3. Oh, okay. Hey, and I betray. So two, this is my group. If you have Robert in the group, say two highlights from you guys from the 2 days we spent here. Erefua, over to you. Erefua, rapporteur of the year.
We have to be intentional about getting women participation in the extractive sector, whether it's by capacity building, for our question, whether it's by creating the necessary digital platforms. These are the things this is the thing that I got from it. At least I've said one.
Yeah. We have to be intentional with what we're doing with regards to whether it's a policy, whether it's a legal thing, whether it's enforcement of the rules and all that. One more, please. Group 1. Robert, if you don't speak, we won't leave.
All right, so also from the discussion here, we realize that the sector is being automated, and so we need to build the capacity of our women to move along. So technology is key moving forward.
Yeah, capacity building, technology. And I think Vida will like that, because she took us through some great data and statistics we have, at least for the formal sector, which shows that we have highly skilled people there and all that. So that's a great point. So Group 2, with that in mind, 2 highlights, 2 takeaways from you. Group 2.
In vague. Without data, So that is one area that I took notice of.
Okay. One more, please.
Okay, we can give you 3.
I believe you. I know you. If you get annoyed, you give me 6. I'm okay with that.
For me, my takeaway is that we are doing different things. It's almost like we are fragmented. So we need to have one platform and consolidate our efforts so that at least we are not repeating things or we are not losing things from other areas. So coming together and having one big platform and one voice and synergizing, I think will work. That's what I took.
Right. One more.
For me, is the communication gap between the agencies, the government agencies, and then down to the community level. So if all of us in our deliberate actions or activities, we can channel all our activities to reach Mame Mansa in Fidium, that will be a good thing for us. Yeah.
Group 2, you're always doing wonders. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving us 3 instead of 2. Let's see whether Fafa's group will give us 5 instead of 2. Hi, Fafa. Okay. Yes, sir. Hey, you are collaborating with him. You are not fighting with him. Good. Okay. All right. At least we've learned something. Allies.
This dialogue has been very educative for me personally. My highlight yesterday has been yesterday's when Karen doing your presentation yesterday. It really spoke to me about capacity building and pushing yourself, identifying the problem or a gap, and educating yourself to fit it and solve the problem and move on to the next. And I believe, and I've been inspired to see so many women, and and I hear so many positions, and Mama, oh, that's cool. My mind has been opened, and I've learned a lot. And the extractive sector is very wide. There's more to do. There's so many challenges, but there's likewise more opportunities. And for our country to grow, we must encourage more women. And I believe as we continue to advocate, more women will stand up and rise up to push and open doors and open spaces, and it will benefit our whole economy and more lives.
Okay, that's 1. Thank you, sir. Can we have the rest? Okay, I had 1, 2, 3, put it to what? Yeah, exactly.
All right.
You can share as many as you want. We're cool.
Okay, the second one is concerning the laws and policies in Ghana. As we saw yesterday, Ghana has a beautiful, perfect laws and policies, but the issues is about the implementation of the laws and the enforcement of the laws in Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I thought you were going to break Group 2's record. Okay. You want to be modest. Okay. Hi, Karen. Okay. Group 4, do wonders. See, Fafa is playing games with me here. Group 4, you are 4, do 4.
For me, the key highlight is cross collaboration and linkages, because I realize that there are a number of actors and players within the extractive sector, and everybody is addressing issues of gender. So then how do we come together so that there will be synergies in whatever we are doing to ensure that we are not repeating what others are doing? So I see cross collaboration as very relevant within the space. And then data is also very
Please let me have your attention, oh, please. Thank you.
Data is also very key, but not data, but we need gender disaggregated data at all levels to inform whatever programs and projects we are designing, and of course policies. So I'll pass it on to David.
Sure.
We are doing 4. Watch and
a
learn.
key takeaway for me is the need for us to review our policies, our laws to be gender sensitive. And this is work for us. I'm coming from a CSO background, so it means there's more work for us. What specifically do we need to see in the policies and in our laws? And then we need to engage government to have them incorporated in those laws. So that is the takeaway from me as a CSO.
Right, thank you.
Okay, so the key takeaway for me is demystifying myths concerning women in mining, so that the women know that there are no barriers for them. All those negative things they say about women engaging in mining is not true. They have every right to go into it, and nothing stops them. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Tete.
And finally, the regulatory agencies must try and differentiate illegal mining from the regular mining, so that the women in mining should be regulated, and it will be clear that these are regulated bodies in illegal mining. Thank you.
Thank you, Group 4. They deserve a round of applause. They gave us 5. They are 4. They gave us 5. You want to do 6 or you want to do 8? Double, banker to banker. They gave us 5 highlights, right? Powerful. So thank you very much, Group 4. Before I bring in Cynthia, have they sent their the mail to their presentations? Have they? Okay, please, I'll need you to send your beautiful presentations to info@netright.org. NETRIGHTGhana.org. All your beautiful presentations with the name, your group number, and then the topic, right? So we've come to the end. Our host will give us the closing remarks, and then we leave here in one piece. So please, let's welcome with a round of applause, Cynthia Suno.
Thank you, and good afternoon to you all once again. Now I'm standing in the way of your lunch. Okay. I would like to just warmly thank each and every one of you for your active participation in today and yesterday's policy conference, for the critical reflections that you've shared, for the engaging discussions that we've had, for the insights that you've even brought into the conversations. We would also like to thank especially our moderator for this 2-day conference, Vivian, our star moderator, our expert panelists, our speakers, Reverend Dr. Joyce Ayi, who gave the keynote speech. Even though she's not here, we still want to express our appreciation to her. The discussions that we've had over this 2-day period have not just revealed the structural and policy gaps that continue to marginalize women in Ghana's extractive sector, but has also pointed us towards bold and practical solutions. I think there have also been a recognition that there has been some progress, like what we heard this morning from Auntie Vida about one female CEO. We didn't have this information being in the sector, but we have also alluded to the fact that there's a lot more that should be done. And a key thing that has emerged has been the urgent need to deepen our engagement and also broaden participation by taking this conversation into the communities and to the grassroots level. It is there that we have many of the lived experiences we have spoken about today and felt most accurately, and where change must ultimately be felt. So for NETRIGHT, we want to move beyond talking to meaningful change. And so we are committed to ensuring that the rich contributions that has been shared and then the recommendations that have emerged from this conference are not just left on paper. One of the key outcomes that will come out of this conference will be to develop a synthesized conference briefer So we'd have a policy brief capturing the recommendations and then the key reflections that have been shared. And this will be shared with relevant institutions, actors within the sector to inform future policy, programming, and advocacy. But more importantly, we would also consistently follow up to ensure that the work does not end here. We'll continue to track how these recommendations are being reflected in the sector and to push for real, meaningful, and measurable change. Thank you all once again for coming, and we wish you all safe journeys to your various destinations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia, and thank you very much to all of you. I have made 10 friends. Yeah. What? Who asked you? Are you the one moderating now? Okay. Some of them, I've given them nicknames, right? So don't come and judge me. I have made friends with Robert. Pauline. I call her my very good friend. We understand each other. Don't come and ask any question. Bono, I call her my Bono lady. Karen. Nah. Vera. Vida. Freeman. Fafa. Larissa. Princess. What? Yes, you see. I call her UMAT. And then my very good friend, I call her globalization because she spoke about, she told you to get the students to move away from Ghana. 14. So the rest that I didn't mention their names or whatever, I'm going to do that now. And then Mr. Ajete. Yeah. How could I live here without Mr. Ajete? And so I'll do the rest, yes. But I think it's been great 2 days of insightful discussions and all that. We thank you so much for halting everything. Some of you came from out of Accra to be part of this. Some of you helped with the presentations. Some helped with the panel discussion. But I think the greatest help are the audience. Because of you, the program was successful. Your contributions, your comments, and your questions. Special thanks to NETRIGHT Ghana. There are a lot of backroom staff who are seated on my left side. They make everything possible, from your lunch coupons, which they are giving to you right now, to getting the topics, everything printed. And then my favorite person, the camera lady, she's at the corner. If you are nice to her, she'll send you your pictures. So if you want your pictures, you know what to do. Yes, Larissa, you want to say something?
Okay, thank you so much. My question is suggestion. Is it possible for us to create some platform like WhatsApp group or something like that? Yeah, thank you so much.
I think we should do that, right? We should create a WhatsApp group, right? But we shouldn't put morning devotion on the group, or else we'll remove you, we'll throw you out. So make me an administrator as well. I'll throw them out. So the group is to share, prompt, all that. So see who is going to form the group. No, we'll do it. See, don't do that. So we'll do the group. I think it will be a good idea. So we stay in touch and all that. So to our ladies out there, thank you very much. NETRIGHT. Thank you all so much. I am Vivian Kai Loko. I'm on your TV and your radio every day. Please. I have to do promo before I go. So tune in to Radio 97.3 FM, City FM, and TV Channel 1 TV. Zakite, what time am I on? It's a test. If you can't answer, I'll sack him.
So for the evening news at 8 p.m.
Okay.
And then also post Thursday what the news has said.
Okay.
Right after that.
Okay, and radio, when I go there. But anyway, my office is just adjacent to this hotel. You can pass by Channel 1 TV. We're just next door. Feel free. All right. So thank you, guys. See you soon. Have a lovely afternoon. We'll meet for lunch. Hey, I forgot to say thank you to our technical team, right? So let's give them. And then, of course, the photographers, the other team, the guys doing the video and all. Have I left out somebody? That's why I don't do that. Okay, so now that I've thanked everybody, I'll say thank you to myself. For 2 days, you took me away from my work. So give me a proper round of applause. All right, thank you. We'll see you at lunch. We are going to network, so see you. Bye.
Should we shine? Yes. It's getting hotter. It's getting hotter. It's hotter. Right.